Penis.
Penis,
Bob,
penis,
Let's
penis,
go.
penis.
We have some cock enthusiasts today.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Cockapella.
The way you said it sounded like a version of like the name Rockefeller. Is that the name of your next D&D character?
Exactly. Cockapella. He was a Rockefeller who did acapella. His name was Cockapella.
This, this, I don't know why it specifically resets like at the time. Okay. That's better. Nice. Anyway, welcome back to another session of this shit. We are at session 73, which means we're getting close to 75, which is a lot, and it makes me realize I spent a lot of time on this.
Woohoo! Existential crisis.
Yeah. I don't know if I've got anything to say up front. Not if anyone else got anything else to say up front, or if anyone's got some like questions they want answered before we get into like rolling for recap, but unless there is something, we can just do some recap rolls and stuff and just get into it.
Yeah.
Penis.
Get in the penis.
I think 2, maybe 1, depending on how busy I am. Yeah. There might be some missing sessions in October here and there. Salem's gonna be traveling around. I'm gonna be visiting my dad one of the weekends before that. And yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have D&D when Mel and Salem are here in Norway. We'll see what the priorities are. Yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, let's move over to, let's say this one. Anyway, unless there is anything else, you can just roll for recap and like get into it and shit.
Let's go.
It's not me. It's not fucking not me.
Might be Jewel.
But what if someone rolls a 20 and picks you?
You know.
High five, Levi.
Let's go.
Oh, damn.
Oh, I guess you pick. Who do you want to recap?
Okay, so... Wait, who's here? Okay. Okay, so this... Minus me, I'm not gonna do it. We've got like 6 people, and I've just... I can roll a d6, and it'll randomly choose a person. I'm going just by Discord order, what I see.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what decides it. Number 6, that is... Salem? Are you good to recap, or you wanna...
Yeah, I can recap. Let me look at my
Okay.
notes.
Yeah. Last session was the clown sesh, so... While we recap, I'll put the thing in the setting thing that I said I would.
manage what she can see of the spirits and hear. Gunther made a connection with Steve, the static method. Now he's more like in with us. Sorath introduced everyone to Lloyd. Emmy didn't. He was okay with
Cutting out a
trying.
lot.
Me? Oh.
There's a lot of times where it doesn't cut in.
I'm very quiet today. I'm sorry.
That's all good.
Hold on.
Sorry. I was noticing I was hearing you outside, but I was not hearing you inside the call.
I can't adjust my sensitivity because matcha will be too loud. I'll adjust it for recap. I'm probably just mute today. Okay. Well, Rizik made Crystal a ring. Gunther got close with Steve, the static method. Sorath introduced everyone to Lloyd. Emmy spit Levi's curry onto the table. And Gunther offered to make her sushi, and she said that was okay, because Gunther is cool. I went to the circus. Everyone was like, whoa, Sorath's here. Sorath sucked at a game. Lincoln won the same game. Main performance was cool. Flinken got to go speak with Gar. Gar have a moment of peace for a little bit. There was a really fun moment where everyone apparently thought that one of the circus performers was gonna die. And then zoomed out there and she was fine. So Crystal ended up backstage, and then Flinken said, hey, you're coming out to end the show with us. And then ended the show, and then the circus vanished.
Yeah. That was for most
Woo!
of it. Main thing, Blinken did have a backstage interaction with Gar F. Ildovich. And
Garfield.
yeah, and who I did finally figure out is named. Oh my God, hi Tay. Named Merida. Flinken's contact in the Fell Council. So that was neat. Got to see a clown have a mental breakdown.
Where's Seribot?
Oh no!
Why is shield mode on?
Let me fucking disable that.
Slowed mode is all.
Yeah, that's probably because of shield mode. Oh. Hopefully Seribot shows up at some point.
Man, I merged the last two sessions into one in my head.
Oh, it would have been a very long session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just turned off shield mode in its entirety. So.
It still showed slow mode for me, so that's why I turned it on and then off.
Yeah.
Hi, Lion.
Morning.
Morning.
Good evening.
Well,
Go
yeah.
for recap, Lion.
Yeah. Lion once again sneaking in directly after recap. strategic. Also, Lion Fugi check. You are Daisy.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so we left off with you guys having finished up after the circus vanished into thin air, leaving only the stands behind that Levi realized was made of ship's wood. And then y'all got in your fancy carriages and went back to the manor. It is like maybe 9 in the evening at latest. Maybe a little earlier. You guys still have some evening left to do stuff, interact, plan. Will be sushi time.
Sushi time? Sushi.
We'll say one of the things that will happen that I can just take care of right away is there is going to be a bit of a moment where doesn't need to be RP'd out extensively, but Sora would be approached by Francesca, essentially asking like, should we look into finding you a boat with a crew? Does your group want to take care of that on their own, or should the house arrange that so it's arranged? What? And also trying to like figure, are you guys planning to leave in the morning or leaving, or most likely you can't leave in the morning, but you guys want to leave in the evening and see if you can get some bit of travel throughout like the evening, maybe sailing through dusk, which isn't super like common with river boats, because you more so than on sea, it's important to see where you are going
Nah,
in a river.
that's not important.
So yeah, there's some decisions that need to be made there, and Francesca can have that stuff arranged, or the group can take care of that on their own. And I will also say, this is of course said to Sorath, but also something that probably Sorath relays to the rest of the group, so the rest of the group is aware of it. If you guys want to keep running with the idea that Francesca proposed of essentially spreading the information that you guys are heading to Bushang, it's important to keep up with that narrative. And Francesca would recommend, in that case, getting a crew, telling them that you need them to go to Bushang, and not informing them that you're actually going to Kersumt until you are off the docks.
So we'd have to find a crew that's wouldn't be extremely angry at us for doing that. It's not too hard.
Yeah. Also, one of those moments where I can, chuck a little money, flex a little Belrose privilege, and people really do what they're told. Yeah. Because the timeline is you can't leave now, you can't leave in the morning of the next day. Because it wouldn't be safe, because the last little bits are taken care of. If you could technically try and leave now, but you'd there'd be a decent risk that a stray log would hit the ship and it would just start sinking. So you'd probably have to pay a lot to get the ship to want to depart right now, and then you're also rolling some dice that probably aren't very much in your favor.
I like those odds.
So for the context of everything surrounding it, last session in Pleasant Valley time was the 17th. So it's still the 17th now. If you want to leave in the morning, then you'd leave on the morning of the 19th. You'd have tomorrow as like a downtime day where you'd have time to find a ship and everything. You leave early morning tomorrow, you are still risking the logs.
I'll admit, Crystal will be like a fair amount speechless at the fact that Minya just left.
Yeah.
So she is not gonna give much input other than just looking like a sad cat.
Yeah, Crystal did get like snuck off backstage, got dragged back on stage during a very confusing magical performance that they were suddenly in the middle of. And then everyone, including Minya, vanished into thin air, and you were just there.
I can't believe I cock blocked.
So the log drive is technically over to the log drive is technically over now. However, they are doing essentially like the last like rounds of checks are going to be done now and in the morning, because when you have several thousand logs running down a river, there is a decent chance that a handful of them get separated and might be floating about, might be dipping below surface. Some of them might be upturned logs. So the log drive is technically over now, like in the evening here, but it's still not safe because they haven't really had the time to do checks to make sure that there aren't stray logs left over. That will be done tomorrow morning and towards the end of the day, meaning if you leave on the 18th, you are most likely leaving in the evening. And unless you have very great pace, you'll probably have to travel up a river a bit in the dark to get to a good docking spot. So you can leave tomorrow towards like the later part of the day if you want to be speedier, but have some bit of risky nighttime travel. And you can wait to leave until the early morning of the 19th, where you don't risk that. That's a choice the group will have to make.
I say we wait.
I kind of say we power through it.
Well, I don't think we're in any sort of rush, are we?
We're in kind of a rush, but if anything sets us back, like a boat sinking, that would cause a lot more time.
Yeah, so I don't know if you've caught this detail. So Dugal has said to Sora that they're going to enter the valley in fall, I believe it was. And that, as kind of like I'm not gonna let you be missing for more than half a year before I come get you. if Dugal enters the valley, it triggers like a local apocalypse. And then, upon entering and realizing the time thing, you realize that every 1 day that passes here, 3 days pass on the outside. So, essentially, you guys have until some point, some kind of unknown point out until the 9th month. It's currently 17th of the 7th, 45 days a month. So, you've still got some decent time, but you are on a bit of a clock.
We have no control over the boat or the river's state under the surface. It would be better to wait and see if they could
I say,
guarantee
even
it
if
being clear.
I say, even in the worst circumstances, that is boat, ship, completely, we could just get there by foot the rest of the way.
If we wait, we'd lose less time than if we took it by foot. If the boat,
I will say, if you
Captain
guys take it by
Isaac.
foot, or take it by carriage, that will take a long time. So, from where you guys went from Randhof to Qimper was about 4-ish days of travel. It is about twice as far from Qimper to Kursumft. You can get there decently quickly within 2, maybe 3 days with a riverboat. It would likely take you the better part of a week if you went by carriage or by horse. If you walked, it would take you a very long time.
trust
so there are
me,
kind of 3 levels of risk. You guys could leave right now, in which case you are risking the ship sinking in the near vicinity. You can leave in the evening tomorrow, in which case you're only risking the difficult navigation of a riverboat at night. And you can leave in the morning of the 19th, which is the safest option.
I say we wait until at least tomorrow. I understand if we have a rush on it, like, Lord knows know how much we need to go. Like, I need to figure out what's wrong with me, but we can't be reckless about this.
Lord
Probably
Overy
good call.
Belrose, of course. I'm sure he has great answers. Yeah. Yeah. So that's levels of choice, debating that. I'll say if you guys want to leave right now, hop on a boat and risk like hitting stray logs, that is something that you would have to pull some effort and strings to convince the sailors to go along with.
Also, it'd be something we'd have little control over once we start going.
Yeah.
Like, on a individual level, like, it would be up to the crew and the captain who know.
But it probably wouldn't be difficult to convince a ship to leave towards the evening tomorrow and travel in the dark. It's just difficult and risky, but it's not necessarily foolish.
I say we let them have a day to clear out, make sure everything's good to go, and we leave at night. That's
Yes.
where I cast my votes.
Lloyd and Nicholas can probably give some input. Say, with both Nicholas and Lois would probably strongly urge to not leave right now. Just because they're both in the part of the business that deals with y'all didn't wait until we cleared you and now your ship is on the bottom of the river. So yeah. But they'd say that I would probably say Lloyd would be the one with better knowledge on that part, and say he'd probably say that if you guys leave in the evening tomorrow, the main risk is like something catastrophic happens, then the ship goes aground, but that's of course bad. But more likely the risk would not do too much more than delay you slightly.
Yeah, because if we get caught out in the middle of the thing and the boat is totaled, basically, we just have to walk it. We don't even have. And
Yeah.
we also have to consider the crew. What are they gonna do?
Yeah.
I'd say because they need the day to clear it because they're not gonna be able to clear it at night as well.
Yeah, the thing they need to do is the log drive is over, but they need to wait until there's good day, good light, because it's already dim enough as it is, so they can send people to divers out into the river to check that there's nothing under the water, nothing that's stuck in a muck. So yeah. Leaving tomorrow evening, the main risk with traveling in the dark is most likely the ship going aground, not necessarily sinking. So, the ship hitting the shore. Most of the time, that is something that can be remedied, but if that happens, you likely have to waste a day somewhere getting quick repairs and then going up. So you risk wasting a day, but the benefit is that you could likely save at least half a day on getting to Cursant. You probably wouldn't save a full day. You'd say half a day. But if you run the ship into the shore, you likely are losing a day.
Yeah, I was planning on doing that option.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving tomorrow night.
Yeah.
This is what I was arguing for.
So if we abstract it out, going on the 19th would likely see you arriving during the 22nd, probably in the evening then. If you leave on the evening of the 18th, you could arrive early on the 22nd.
That also mean we'd probably have to be a lot more...
But if you hit the banks and need to spend a repair, you'd arrive on the 23rd, most likely.
Yeah. I'm guessing we'd want to give helping hands to their navigation.
Yeah,
at
anything
night.
that can be done to make navigating that easier.
Would Tomatolio be able to remedy that at all?
No, Automatolio is more about navigation in terms of distance. This is more just make sure we don't hit the sides of the river.
Yeah.
Make sure we don't hit any rocks. Make sure we don't hit any obstacles or a shallow And you do have more control on the riverboat because it's not it's primarily not sail powered when you're going upriver. You have oarsmen. So yeah.
So I say we get what we need today or tomorrow. Everything packed and ready. We leave as soon as we get the confirmation that it's been cleared by the dock lord. The cloud.
Dock Lord. That's a cool title.
The
Yo.
Harbor Master.
dock master.
Wharf
Harbor master.
Quack.
I thought you said the Dark Lord Nicholas at first. I was like, huh? Have I missed out on something in my own campaign?
All right.
Roll for initiative.
I have true sight, Uti. I already know.
Oti, can I ask, are we getting a long rest tonight?
Yeah. Just gotta sleep.
No, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
But if we tonight, if we when we sleep, I could prepare daylight to cast on the ship for several hours. Or how many spells we have? Is it third level spell?
That would
Or-
remedy it.
At least 7 hours at night.
That would be probably enough to at least get through the darkest part of the night.
You guys are not going to travel throughout all of the night. You're just going as far to where you can get to a small township that has a good place to dock.
That actually would be perfect.
Yeah, 7 hours of daylight should be.
Yeah,
good enough.
that would help.
Especially if we sleep tonight.
That's brilliant, Levi.
I'm just not sure how daylight, the daylight spell, will work here.
I'm giving it a look over.
Is it you cast it on something?
Well, no. That's not the problem. Yeah, I could cast it on an object and it'll follow along. That's not the problem.
Okay,
It's
nice.
the problem of this this shadow.
You have all magical light is limited out 30 feet.
No.
And it seems that during night, once dusk has fully fallen, all light is limited 30 feet. So it would still be like a little bit of short notice. But you would have light enough to see things if there's something immediately there.
What happened if we get like a really long stick and push it far in front of the ship?
Yeah, then you would only see 30 feet out. Think of it like once night hits, unless your name is Flinkin,
Yeah.
your vision is Flinkin and yeah, Flinkin is the only one who isn't capped by the dark vision, right? Where's Sorath? I mean, to it too. I don't remember. I can check.
I thought Sorath was immune to it too. If I remember, I remember 2 people in the party was immune.
Sorath just has really good dark vision. I don't know if they are. They are not okay. They're not immune to the dark vision limitation.
I can't wait to get out of this place so I can actually make use of my 120-foot dark vision I have now.
Blinken is kind of a good help for navigating in nighttime here as well. So
That's why I want to leave.
Blinken essentially because of the Shadowfell connection just has rangeless magical dark vision.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As far as they can
but
see, it is dark vision. And
Lion,
it
dark
sees through
vision's
the
not gonna
magical
help.
limits.
Dark vision's not gonna help see under the water if there's logs, Lion. We still gotta wait at least a day.
Yeah.
I understand though. I just turned Lion.
You
Go, I wanna,
could-
that's why I want to leave. I'm like, I feel bad.
You could dunk
Just roll a
Flinken
D20.
in the river and then have Flinken check like several hundred meters of river,
Man,
like thousands and thousands of foot
damn.
on a
Too
pretty
bad I don't
wide
have
river.
access to.
And
If I had access to Cloak of the Manta Ray still, this would actually be a perfect scenario for it.
it would probably take Flinken at least a good handful of hours clearing out. It's a large area. They send multiple people out. They can clear
Hey,
it.
Flinken, what do you think of this idea? We
Telekinesis
tie you to a
spell.
rope in front of the ship, and then we put you underwater,
Yeah.
and you could
Yeah.
you can see if any logs are coming towards us.
We've had somebody dragged in the water long enough before.
Well-
Of, out in the sea.
You could say it's a plan.
I just love the
I'd
idea
say-
of Flinken tied
put
underwater
it
to
as-
the ship, seeing a log, and you just... No one's hearing anything. We cut to Flinken underwater. Just
It's just like,
yeah, exactly.
It's an idea.
we'll put it under Plan B for now. But yeah, so anybody with actual ideas?
So you would be able to help navigate during the night, then Flinken. Help the,
Oh,
the
absolutely,
crew
perfect.
with that. We'll see about the daylight spell. At least could help a little bit.
It
We
would
know
give
if anything was trying
immediate
to get onto the
brightness
boat.
to the... Like, to that surrounding, yeah.
Yep. We know if something was trying to scale onto the boat, at least.
Mhm.
I don't know if we have to worry about creatures as much as in other scenarios, but I remember on that ocean trip, knowing those things were climbing on the boat was rather useful.
Also, funnily enough, with the daylight spell, even though the range would be limited on it, it would technically be brighter than sailing in the day. Because the max brightness at day is dim light.
Oh.
Funnily how that works, eh?
But it'd give us time to get everything onto a boat anyway. We could go midday or in the morning, find crew, and get our stuff prepared onto that ship.
Well, I mean, I remember you said you made a bunch of sailor friends, right? Maybe we could use them.
Kind of looks at Sora, think out there. Yeah, should be able to find a crew that's willing rather easily.
I would say Sora did say they were going to ask with Nicholas. Nicholas would say that there are crews that currently are like out of work that could very easily do this. You do also have the unique opportunity to essentially set something up yourselves, because there probably would be a decent amount of people who would be willing to sell just the ownership of the vessel. You guys could assemble a crew that is vetted by you. You'd be in charge of the ship. There's the kind of shit you can do when you have Belros money.
It's probably good
I mean-
too. You wouldn't want somebody that would be like, I can get a ransom. Somebody that dumb, like.
So,
I mean, I guess we could, for later down the line, if we do go down this route, we could, Sora could use it as a trade ship later for her family, I guess.
you'd still probably want to find a captain and like normal positions because y'all do know how to work on a boat, but none of you are particularly experienced to the point where you're in a position where you can make those snap judgments.
And I've never sailed
But-
on a river.
That is something you have the option of. It's not necessarily like guaranteed to be a better option, but if you guys want to have more of a pick of who you guys want on the ship, that is
I
something
know
you
at
can
least one person.
do. The main thing you'd want to make sure is that you have a good rowers. Because that's the...
Would we be able to like get people from like? So are we? So we're basically making a crew of people that we find, right?
It's an
Is that
option.
Because I definitely know a couple of sailors that might not have a boat, but if we could put them into a crew, they seem really capable.
Have you seen them be capable of anything other than holding liquor?
Oh, the muscles on one of the guys. If he's a rower, I think he'd be a good find.
Yeah, you would look at their muscles.
Nice.
But it's
One
also
of the
still
sailors,
perfectly
like-
valid to just go with a ship and a crew that's already existing.
Yeah. One of the sailors I spoke to about the missing vessel, their name was Orma, and I think if we could get him and some of his buddies on, if we ever make a crew.
Do you also have
think
the
that'd be
option
nice for
to find a crew and then bring more crew on?
Yeah.
Essentially over
I do wish to find a clue that is already working together and is familiar with ship.
Because Orma
If
and that
possible.
crew, they were a seafaring vessel.
Mm.
That was supposed to just head out into the flood sea. So they are definitely good sailors, but they are not specifically a river crew. So they'd definitely be helpful, but they'd probably, if you just picked exclusively that crew, they'd probably not be the best for the job. You want a decent mix of good hardy people and people with experience.
Yeah, I was thinking at least Orma
Yeah, you can bring them on. Like,
and
that's
his
not an
buddies
issue.
around that table. It wouldn't be the full crew, so he'd have a lot
Yeah.
more room for others.
Well, I will go to search for a crew and ship with those that wish to join me.
I'll say that Nicholas can probably pipe in, like, and I can try to figure out a list of suitable vessels and pre-existing crews that you could build on.
That would be wonderful, Nick. Thank you.
And they'll probably have that ready for you in the morning, because they
Mm.
would want to check with the other harbour master.
Mm.
Because that is where all the ships are right now. Usually there's a decent amount of ships in the northern section of the harbour, but they all had to move. Yeah.
We should find if we could find one with like a place for flanking the stand ahead of the ship a little bit.
Just tie me to the front, like one of those fucking, you know, there's like designs at the front of the ship where it
Yeah.
has like a lady at the front. Just like keep me like that, just the front.
Keeping the deck lit is a very helpful thing too with the daylight. Like actually having the deck be lit during the night is, even if we can't see ahead.
I mean,
like,
they
that
do.
helps out a
They do
lot.
have the deck lit with this wonderful technology called
Torches.
lanterns.
Yeah, but it's better lighting,
yeah.
and it leaves less.
Daylight
like,
is
room
is good lighting.
Lanterns and good music.
Dang.
What? You gotta keep the ship lit.
I do love the idea of Flinken being strapped in front as a figurehead, and then Flinken disguising themselves as like either wood or gold, so it looks like they're a natural part of the ship.
That would actually be very cool.
Because that is the thing. I don't think you. No, technically you could.
Yeah, because like like it just says you can change yourself. It doesn't mean you have to be like. There's any limits. It's like you have to be like a certain height type of thing. It has
Yeah,
to be
you have to
humanoid.
be. You have to be person, but there are a
Mermaids
lot
are
less.
Humanoids.
Yeah, you're limited to humanoids.
Statues.
But
Statues are humanoid.
like, just hear me out. If we like wood glued sage onto the front of a ship, they wouldn't look too out of place because they're already a tree. There are like tree people out there. There are rock people, you know?
Yeah, and it has to be humanoid. It doesn't actually have to be
Yeah.
like a living thing. It could be like a stone gargoyle and stuff like that, because that is a humanoid like thing, right?
So a humanoid is a classification. It's a type of creature. But so you have to be some sort of feasibly existing humanoid creature. But that does include stuff like, let's say you want to blend in with a rock, then you turn into to an earth genasi that is made of that specific rock, and you just camouflage against it. And
Okay.
another layer to it, yes, you have to be a humanoid creature for it. There's no limit to what your clothes are, though. You could
Whoa.
turn into, you know, Willem Dafoe wearing wearing a ghillie suit and sit in a bush and be invisible.
Yeah.
You know?
Just a very short Willem Dafoe.
Yeah.
They don't know who Willem Dafoe is. It's fine.
Willem the Small.
Willem the foot tall.
Willem Dafoe.
Oh my god.
No.
See, there we go. I was like, I feel like there's something we could do with that, and there
Yeah.
we go. I found it.
I was gonna say, because the ruling is funny, I'm just gonna argue, body paint does count as, like, something you wear, so why couldn't you, like, just be spray painted gold, you know? Exactly. So there are
It
limits
doesn't-
there, just those limits don't really matter.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to overlap with any other spell like
No.
that besides like Alter Self, which is not illusion, it's physical change.
Yeah, and Alter Self is a lot more limited in what you can do with it.
It lasts longer and it can't be seen through with illusory like dowsing.
Losery.
True Sight does see through it still, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it seems the group is generally on board with the idea of leaving tomorrow evening. That is the current plan, with using Blinken as a faraway scout
Yeah.
to be able to see out into the dark to navigate, and then using a lot of daylight to make the immediate area bright as like a safety net. Yeah.
Yeah. Get out of that dinghy. You're not gonna make the trip in that right now.
Again, just swimming up the river.
I mean, if we let them go, we'll probably see in like half a day.
I don't know what's in that water. We see what's on top of the lands. I wonder what big monstrosities they have in the depths of this river.
Honestly.
Can there really be any big monsters in the river?
Rivers can be deep.
Do you want
Whoa.
to see?
Have you ever seen the show River Monsters on Animal Planet? Out of character. I said it in character, but it's actually.
Yes,
was.
there can definitely be dangerous monsters in the river.
Will Boone Squid be there?
What did
I
you
don't
say,
want
Ma?
that. The Boone Squids, will they be there?
Ah,
No, I believe that they are only in the ocean.
saltwater issue.
Man, if only we could just go to the river to find out this information.
Again, let's go to the docks. You can meet some people out there. We can find a crew tonight, probably, or at least try to set up one for tomorrow. You did say you wanted to go and see the docks tonight.
I'll say from a couple of y'all's experience, and by a couple, I think I mean at least everyone, maybe with the exception of Crystal. I don't know how much time Crystal has spent examining the life of dock workers and sailors. It is past that part of the day where there is any light. It is dark. And from the rest of y'all, who have definitely dealt with your fair share of sailors, they've probably already started drinking and partying up and stuff like that. Workday's over. So
Fair.
you could try and assemble a crew. Just keep in mind those are the circumstances you would be meeting them in.
Okay, I'll just go to the docks then. Why not?
So Gim's going to docks. Is someone else going to the docks right now?
Shouldn't probably let Kid go alone.
Is it don't or should?
Flinkin, do you want to come?
Might as well.
I will go as well.
Okay.
Because in this, with this amount of people going, is there anyone who doesn't want to go on a late evening, early night trip to the docks?
Hands, can we hold hands?
No.
Holding hands?
Then I'm not interested.
No one is gonna hold old Crystal's hand. They need to prepare her for a modest monogamous life with Minya.
Fine. If you come, can hold out his hand.
You know what whose hand?
Again, holds out his hand.
Crystal takes the hand.
Gunther
There's
does
like
not
an
wanna go
anime
to the
scene
docks.
where she's blushing and she's like, "Ah, bugger."
Bugger?
Oh no, she's British. Help! No!
How could this happen to me?
The fact that my brain didn't immediately recognize that as like baka in Japanese, but Swedish for to bake. And I was like, why are you talking
Nailed
about
it.
baking?
Oh, you said bugger.
I mean, Crystal would get baked.
Yeah, I think people
Oh, I
heard
thought you said
bugger.
bugger.
Yeah, I thought you said bugger too. Oh,
Yeah.
bugger.
Oh, bugger.
Yeah, very valid, Joel. Very valid.
No, that's why I thought we. That's why I was like, oh no, she's British.
Yeah,
That's why I was just like, oh my god.
Everyone else
okay.
registered as British, and I, for some reason, was like, why is smell Swedish?
Biz.
We're all stupid.
We're all just
Correct.
getting mixed signals.
Harrison Day.
We're all big dummy.
Was Levi also going to the docks?
No, probably not.
Okay. In that case,
Yes.
I'll go to deal with Levi. What do you want to do with your evening?
Oh, it's the same thing I've been
Cooking? Okay. Go
trying
for
to get
it.
this recipe
So,
done and over.
so before we go, we don't know. Maybe they'd have a fish fry out there.
Fish fry. What?
Levi makes decent food if you are wanting something different.
I just know Levi likes to see the different cuisines of the areas.
Well, you get the shrimp fried rice, maybe it's a fish fried rice too. I don't know how they, for the shrimps or the fish would fry them, how be able to fry, but you know, it works somehow.
People can have jobs. Don't discriminate.
Yeah, but I've been really wanting to.
Just because they're wet every now and then doesn't mean they can't work in a kitchen.
Yeah, but it requires fire, and like, do they have to get out of the water, or is it like they got like some kind of like underwater water they can use?
They use volcanic sea vents.
I will say, you guys have encountered different, like, people, races like Tritons, sea elves. I think you have had an interaction with an octopus folk before.
That's why I'm like literally.
Yeah.
Shrimp fried rice? A shrimp fried this rice? Damn.
The new character arc, Lincoln is a racist towards Aquan races.
No. Oh, why am I being racist? I'm like genuinely curious. Like, how do they fry it down there?
He
I don't
tries
know.
to talk one by gulping a bottle of water and gargling.
I mean, the frying would probably happen above the water.
I do like the idea of the volcanic thing, using like to cook it and stuff. That does sound pretty cool. Mm-hmm.
I
Extreme
do
steaming.
want to know if they have any good techniques to cook anything in a way that doesn't boil.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, anyways, that it's a point. There is like local cuisine and stuff. But if Levi's still like fixating on trying to get this recipe right, especially because once you're on the ship, you're not gonna be like able to have like full kitchen access until you're at Kelsumft.
Yeah, Levi realizes that too.
Yeah,
so.
give me another cooking check then.
Later, Levi.
Natural one.
No.
I would give myself
Yeah.
guidance for it.
Imagine you getting a 23 modifier.
Okay. You finally, Levi, are working on this, and you're working on this like late into the evening, probably like kind of just making food for the late night staff at the mansion. There's an amount of people who are happy to be like taste testers and working with you on that. This is when the recipe comes together. You've got a control of the local spices, you've worked an ingredient, you worked them together with your previous ingredients, was a bit of a challenge. You've learned the techniques to preserve the flavors without overdoing the bitterness. And after now a couple of days of work, the recipe comes together and you have a harmonious curry. It can still be improved, of course. You don't feel like this is the best curry you will ever make. but the recipe is there. It is steady. And I'll say, from here on out, you're just waiting for the right moment to have it be a full feast of it, essentially.
A full beef.
Yeah, you gotta make a full meal out of it, but you've essentially created a functional version of what Levi essentially can see, and especially like with Levi's extensive experience working in like forced society where the idea of mastering a craft is so culturally important. You're starting to see this here is my magnum opus recipe. And essentially, mechanically, what I can tell you is this number could go higher, but you've worked on it enough that you essentially got the base recipe down. And it's just about tweaking it, and also the fact that cooking is partly about the way the meal is presented and consumed, the setting, people, food, the drink.
So the next step is time to start mixing more alcohol. Thank God I got 100 pounds of it in my bag now.
The next step is making this into, like, kind of like, yeah, you can make a really good, like, if you're a good woodworker, you can make a really good chair. But have you made a true, like, mastercraft chair if you aren't making it so someone can sit in it, right? So I'll say, for the purposes, and keep this in your notes, when you go to make this recipe, in the context of you are making it for, like, as a meal for everyone, and ideally where it's the main focus of that culinary setting, that is when you get that expertise, and you will roll that roll with expertise.
Can Levi ask around with the staff how he would make like meals presentable, like in a high society?
Yeah, that's actually a good one. Let me give me another cooking check. I'll roll another thing here. I'll see.
Because he did have a little bit of experience, wasn't he? But
Bless you.
Yeah.
Bless.
Here. Feel free to guide that
Gotta
as
roll
well.
for that.
And I'll say you can roll with advantage here because you are specifically asking for help. So it counting as a help action doesn't make sense.
I rolled a 9 to bless.
Hey, I'll roll to bless as well. That is a 4.
Give a plus D4 to attack rolls and ability checks.
13.
The bless spell?
Yeah.
Like the guidance one? Guidance just gives to ability checks.
No,
bless,
bless
gives it to saving throws and attack rolls. So guidance does the one thing that bless doesn't. So, yeah. If you're blessed and guided, you just add a d4 to whatever you roll. But yeah. Levi did get some training in how to, like, high society plating and the way you set up and the whole it was probably the first time that Levi was introduced to, like, those ostentatious setups where you have a plate and then you have 7 different forks, 7 different knives, 5 different spoons, and Levi probably had to learn that for some reason rich people think that you have to use this fork for this thing, and you have to use this fork for this thing, and I feel like in our society, there would kind of be an air of, like, if your fork can't handle every part of the meal, then you've just got a bad fork. That's an impractical
Yeah,
fork.
yeah.
That's a badly crafted fork. What do you mean that this fork can only do fruits?
All forks and Orst are sporks.
So yeah, but there are some particularities to the way you present and plate things in Pleasant Valley. You learn a little bit about the way, especially Heartroot mead is used in part of the setup. So you learn from this pretty well how it is expected in somewhere like the Belrose Manor in Kasund, how they would expect things to be presented. So, yes. And they also probably put you through some, like, because the staff here who are good chefs have a good amount of input on, like, this tastes like this, it feels like this, and they give you some tips on, like, this would be a good appetizer, and then a good small dish before it, and then you would have this as a main course, probably serve it together with this, and then here's a good example for a dessert and stuff like that, so you get like an idea of what they think would work well surrounding your dish as like a part of a full several course dinner, without the other parts of those several courses taking any attention away from the curry. So, yeah. Levi has gotten educated. You're a little in and out, Jewel, but feel free to note down if you want Gunther to be doing anything specific. Whether it's something you just want to get done for practical reasons, or if you, for flavor, or just want to say, Gunther's doing this. But no need, just tossing it out there in case you feel like it.
Gunther picking Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts. Though I know you mentioned Levi was working on their world curry. If you wanted to make sushi for Emmy, that'll probably have to wait because it's definitely past her bedtime already. He's a little kid, and you guys got back at like 9 in the evening.
Just have Levi cast daylight. It'll be daytime.
What the fuck?
So, and you guys will be leaving towards like the later half of the next day. So you'll definitely have moments to expose Emmy to sushi. But yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you.
6 to bless. So I'm not really good at blessing coughs and sneezes today, it seems. Gunther is currently being Gunther. I'm happy to hear that he has not transformed into a vastly different character.
He's not the one having to worry about that.
Yeah. Anyway.
I rolled a 13.
Hi, Nobs. Welcome in. Yeah, you were saved from the turn into a white man arc. There. Risyuk took that burden. With that being taken care of, the rest of the group is heading to the docks. The southern docks is where there are the most amount of sailors and shipwrights and dock workers at the moment, because that's where most of the ships are. Though definitely in the morning, a decent amount of these ships are going to move up to the northern docks again, as the immediate area in the docks will be cleared and declared safe pretty early in the morning, probably at first light. The thing that will take a little bit more time is them making sure that there isn't any more logs that stretch of upriver until the river forks. So, yeah. My guess is you guys are heading to the southern part of the harbor in that case.
Yeah.
So, can I just, like, look out in the water?
Yeah.
Sick.
Are you just trying to look at the surface of the water?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
No, I never opened up D&D Beyond.
That is a good idea to do. Hey, Line hasn't said that Gin isn't holding Crystal's hand anymore. So we just assume
Sweet.
hands are being held until stated otherwise.
Oh, is Buggy with you?
Disadvantage.
True. Did Gin
And-
bring
yeah,
Buggy
it-
with them?
I would
The
say
thing about
Buggy's
the
sleeping.
hand holding, the thing about hand holding, it's a concentration.
Oh.
Where, like, you know.
Uh,
The somatic component.
Yeah. No. If you get hit and stuff like that, you have to roll to see if you keep holding hands.
So, Gin, you peer out into the river. It is night, so it's almost pitch black. And you can only see 30 feet out from the little light that shines out from the docks. Looks like water. You can't see anything below. So, yeah. You understand why it's hard to see if there are any logs at night. It is very dark. What would you want Gunther to do? Angel?
Aw, I
Let's
wanted to
put it
see
in
a
there.
creature.
Put it in the chat while we...
Creature.
I wanted to see creature.
One thing you do know is that there isn't really a lot of creatures and monsters in the river that is part of the city. Keep in mind, cities and towns are the places that are actually kept safe of monsters. It's the second you leave that's a problem.
So I need to leave.
Yeah, if you go in the river and you go a little up or down the river, so you're outside of the town, so you're outside the area that Aubrey would protect, then yeah. But if a river monster gets into the town and is even threatening anything, Aubrey would kind of be contractually obligated to just dunk himself into the river to deal with it. So,
Does he just descend from the sky?
yeah.
Terrifying.
Like a scary vampire antichrist.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me think of like the imagery from Death Stranding with the people floating in the air. The only thing that I remember about the game.
I was gonna say, imagine remember anything about that game.
I remember a lot
I
about
kinda
Death
liked
Stranding.
it.
I
heard
really
it's
like
really
Death
good.
Stranding.
Like it's just I haven't seen much more than the trailer, and that definitely stuck out in my brain as wow, whoa.
I'll say for interacting with Steve, since you've already kind of gotten a little close, you can pick between animal handling and just straight charisma. I think straight charisma is higher for Gunther. Right. So, give me one of those, and we'll see the social link progress. If you have any luckies, you can use them if you feel like it, because y'all are getting a long rest after sleeping.
Yippee!
Yippee.
Hey!
Hey, yo.
Let's say Gunther spends some part of the evening, just dabbing and interacting with the sentient creature of static electricity that is currently living in their fur. Y'all are getting more along. And yeah. Right now, again, yeah, the river's not very interesting. Just a bunch of boats and some water. While on the docks, though, you guys are met with kind of hustle and bustle. Risyuk would probably quickly take note of the fact that the area towards the Rip Keel is definitely crowded to the point where it's probably become one of those places that regularly has more patrons than it has space.
Yay!
Which is good for business. Probably no longer the most relaxing spot to stop for a drink. But it'll probably calm down a little over time, but for now it seems like they've got a very hearty atmosphere.
Ooh.
The evening festivities have definitely begun among especially the sailors who are still just killing time until they have stuff to do. I'll say probably this come up in just idle conversation with Niklaus at some point, that a lot of the sailors who've kind of just ended up being stuck here have, like, a lot of the ships have taken to, like, kind of just going on trips up and down river back and forth on, like, smaller, like, delivery stuff just so they have something to do. Earn a little bit of money on it. But realistically, there is definitely not enough work to go around in the valley right now to keep everyone working in any capacity. So yeah. And also, working on a riverboat is a less well-paid job than working on seafaring vessels. So that is also a factor. But people are around different places, drinking in taverns, drinking on the docks, on the streets. Doesn't seem like people have gotten very drunk yet. It'll probably come on later on. Yeah. I want to ask, Gin and Crystal, at least I know, went to the riverside so they could look into the river waters. What's everyone else doing here?
I'm gonna look at the docked ships. If any of the quartermasters would stay around the ships, or if they're drinking too.
Usually every ship at least has some amount of crew on it at any given time to keep it safe and maintained. Whether that be a quartermaster, it's hard to say in having any given moment, but more or less any ship you could walk up to and there would be someone who could talk.
Do you want to go check out the ships?
Sorath could make a history check for me.
I'm great at those.
Hey,
6.
Ooh,
I was gonna
let's
say,
go.
well, this is more directly tied to the things Sorath worked with. You don't, like, immediately recognize any of the ships. Or, like,
Okay.
recognize any, like, crew or anything, so you don't spot in, like, oh, that's a captain or a quartermaster I've dealt with. It's possible that Sorath didn't interact too much directly with, like, specific ships. That was kind of handled through delegates, partly Niklaus and Southern Harbor Master. Kind of, they do work for Sorath, or worked for Sorath when Sorath was in charge of the town. So it's becoming clear that Sorath is did a lot of good for this city, but was probably, and this does make sense given their royalty, was one of those managers who, you know, didn't show up to, like, the workplace and talk with all of the interns, you know? Those also fit her personality. I don't think Sorath was like, oh, let's go. I get to talk to every single person who works in the city. I love maximizing the amount of social interaction I have with strangers at any given time. I want to talk to every stranger that exists in this entire city. You don't recognize any of the ships immediately, but something you don't need to do a history check on, or I was only going to deny you this information if you not wanted. You do clearly see that more or less all but one of the river vessels here are river vessels that you figure are frequent in this area. There's one
Only
river vessel.
one?
There's one river vessel that is notably in a little bit of a different build style. It is a vessel that is a little bulkier. It's a style of ship that is designed to primarily go up rivers, but is better built to do small trips along the shore. You'd figure it's a riverboat from further down south. And those do make their way up to Pleasant Valley, but they're less common. But
Sorath will probably want to go to that one, honestly.
it is a
If it's around.
it's got some staff or some crew aboard it, and a couple of crew that are kind of just sitting by the gangplank on a little table they've probably moved over there. They're playing some sort of card game, kind of chatting back and forth. Oh shit, I should have my notes document open. So I can actually see what I fucking wrote. Give me a second. Okay, yeah. That ship has been named Sweet Beatrice. And it's essentially a river vessel that's a little larger than the others. It would probably be a better fit for travel, like, if you go down south to, like, the sections of the river down by Krensord or out towards the outlet into the Flood Sea, the river is much wider. So a lot of boats that don't travel as far up can be specialized to carry more cargo.
Mm.
It would still do perfectly fine here in Pleasant Valley. It's a good example of a ship that could not make it to Nortal, for example.
Yeah.
Or it could make it there, but there is very little reason why it would try. So the other riverboats, you figure, most likely would have done a decent amount of travel around this region anyway. But that ship specifically, you kind of single out and you know, yeah, they were probably here for like one trip and then happened to get caught up. Either they arrived into Pleasant Valley after things happened, or they were here when things were locked off. Give me another history check. This one, maybe you'll do well, because this is technically not Pleasant Valley related.
I don't know about that. 12.
Okay, that's better than average. Turns out Sorath isn't like horrible at history, she just knows nothing about the place she's from.
Bless you.
It's definitely a ship from what you would figure somewhere like Gransort. It does not have any. It does not carry any sign or sigil from any royal associations. So definitely like a small private merchant vessel. Not
Yeah.
yeah, and based on some of the like detailing and patterning, you'd figure it's probably a ship that's owned by someone decently wealthy. Largely,
Nice.
likely this is not their only ship, and
Alright.
they're definitely from Grensord or further south. They're not from the region that Anselm's family controls. They are, for everyone's delightful information, they are likely from the region that Edvin's family is regents of. So, yeah. Love
Sorry.
that guy. Love that. He's such a nice individual.
You don't have to lie.
He's so comfortable to be around. You know?
You don't have to lie.
And twice.
Yeah, Sorath is gonna wanna try to talk to the crew for Beatrice.
Go up to the crew that are by the gangplank playing cards. Probably there just to make sure no one tries to like sneak their way aboard.
Oh, would Sorath let Rizuke accompany them to looking at?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why she wouldn't. So I think she's gonna be the main one talking to them, right? Or
I'm just at least leading this conversation.
yeah, because she's from the Vierless. Or else she at least is familiar.
Hmm.
I know that's not like where Ansem's family is, but like still
Yeah.
similar area.
They don't immediately notice you guys like approaching. Once you get like decently close, they notice. One of them kind of glances over in your direction and says in Virlus, so Flinken would get it if Flinken is accompanying, and Rizuke would not understand. That's Sorath will of course understand. They'll go like, "Can I help you?" And kind of look a little drowsy in your direction. You figure they probably like got up not too long ago, probably like a night shift crew person, and the other person who's sitting and actually facing towards you guys the person who talked kind of just leaned back and kind of tilted their head back to look in your direction halfway. Person you can see kind of kick the other person in the shin. I can hear them like hushed go like, that is a Belros. And the person with the cards goes, like, for a brief moment, seems like they're a little confused. And then they register, like, oh yeah, shit, those are important. Cool. And then, like, actually turns to face you properly and goes, like, how can I be of service? Your, like, pauses for a bit, eyes narrow a bit, like, questioning. Majesty? Highness?
We do not need to worry about formalities. Though I do appreciate it. Has your group been able to... has your group been stuck here long?
They look back and forth. The person who is sitting more directly facing you goes, only a couple of weeks.
And you have been stuck without work since then?
Yes, we are not the best tailored for the small jobs in the region, so we are quite comfortable waiting things out.
Ah, small jobs. I do not wish to burden you with a small job, if you are not open for taking it.
I'll like an insight check from Sorath, from Rysyuk, and from Flinken as well, if, assuming that Flinken wanted to tag along and be there for this conversation.
Is Flinken
No,
able
no.
to translate for Ryzyuk, by the way?
Yeah.
Just kind of murmur to him as Sorath's talking to them. 21 for me.
24 for me.
Nice.
If I'm able to go off of the translation, could I roll?
I'm not. I can tell you right now, this is not insight checking their words. So you can just roll insights.
Behaviors, body behaviors and stuff like that,
Yeah.
21.
How that body
plus, 23.
23. So
Let's go, gamers.
all three of you, kind of looking at them, looking at who seems to be above, around there, kind of seeing the way they're dressed and looking about, spotting some people who seem like they probably are from the same crew. These people, there are some people around the harbor that definitely have the signs of like idle hands and signs of people who are like, well, I guess I'll just bide time until we have work. These people seem comfortable. You definitely get the sense that they are they're probably here to transport a larger amount of some decently valuable stuff, and we're supposed to take that down south. And that the crew, or the ship, has enough resources that the people who are working this ship are comfortable in their stay here. Though they're definitely, you'd figure, be able to do other stuff, but they seem to be one of the ships that are less in the need of work. But getting back to them responding to what you were saying, no, that was not our intentions. My apologies. Simply talking about the already existing work in the region. If you require our service, we are happy to arrange for discussions so that I can see if we can find our quartermaster if you would require that.
I would be interested. Thank you.
Good. They look at each other. You can see them kind of mumble quietly in between each other. Thorath and Flinkin can make perception checks if they want.
And
Did you want to do a perception check as well, Brad?
Oh, perception. Okie
Yeah.
dokie.
Just to see if you guys, because you two are the people who know the language, see if you can catch what they're mumbling.
13. I ain't catching anything.
Thorath doesn't catch any of it. Flinkin, you don't really catch the full extent of what they're saying, but you figure just from a little bit of the clue of the tone. Neither of them probably have any idea of where the quartermaster is right now. Not to say that they can't find them, but in the immediate here and now, they're kind of like having that quick moment of like, do you know where they are? I don't know. Yes, I'll go find them. Something like that is what you figure. One of them...
Sorath is kind of just standing there, like, with their hands just held in front of her. Just has that look of, like, she's waiting. She doesn't mind waiting.
Are you
But
trying
also,
to,
like-
like wield a little bit of pressure?
A little.
Give me an intimidation
I'm
check.
waiting.
And while that's happening, I do want to make a
23.
comment because Gin did say, sadly no
She's like-
creatures, but pretty stars at least. No. It has been overcast the last 1,000 years here. There are no
Oh
stars.
yeah. Oh, never mind. I was thinking about something else.
Yeah.
Sorath
It
is
would, I will
kind
say,
of like holding.
lights from the harbor do kind of reflect in the ripples. So there are some like shimmering in the water. It doesn't look exactly like stars, but it's kind of like a little bit of like light reflecting in the water, and then you look up and it's just like, true. It's just dark. And it's just gentle rain.
You know what? So
Uh,
closest way to get off this out.
I'm gonna help out by looking and watching the mannerisms of like the people that they're talking to be able to like discern if they're gotten nervous or not. I'm just gonna focus on that.
Yeah,
since
give
I
me an
can't
insight check.
understand the conversation, but I'm gonna make sure like I can read body movements and everything.
Yeah.
Got it. That is 19 plus.
I was gonna say
It's-
Sorath is standing there, like her hands are folded in front of her. She's kind of just looking around and just like gently tapping
Yeah.
tapping one of her fingers on her hand. Like she's very,
Yeah.
very clearly waiting.
They very immediately pick up on like, oh, look, we have royalty here. They seem impatient. Run. Just find them. Run around, ask, find the quartermaster right now. Yeah, give me an insight check, Rysiuk.
Yeah, it was 19 plus 1.
Okay.
Dirty Tony.
Very
it
dirty
scrolled
20.
me. I forgot I scrolled where I...
Still a 20.
Yeah.
uh,
I love Rune Carver so much.
Yeah. So they definitely very immediately, and Rizzy would also easily pick up on this, but it's quite clear to everyone there. They immediately react with like mild panic to like, oh shit, go find the boss. And one of them kind of runs up the gangplank. You can see them hear like a little bit of mumbling, and then they run down the gangplank and run off the harbor
Resume.
and into the area beyond.
Rizu, cool telepathically. Yep, you got them in the palm of your hands, no doubt.
And Sarath will turn to Rizgyuk. She'll speak in Michelain, like she won't speak in Virlus. She assumes that someone will understand her, but she'll just be like,
They probably understand
yeah,
decently well.
yeah. Did you expect me not to?
No, but they knew who they were dealing with faster than any. It depends on how fast they realize who they're talking to.
Usually, if they do not realize, then it is my duty to inform them. Depending on the circumstances.
Not long after the person who ran off returns with another individual, a very tall, very almost spindly person, kind of a little bit like kind of mousy features, got like kind of long square glasses that Sora, upon looking upon them, realized these are probably expensive make. And also just the clothing they wear, the way they carry themselves, they're definitely wealthy. Though you definitely also get the sense that this is not the person who owns whatever business. They probably just are.
Yeah.
Whoever's in charge of this ship. And what probably is a small fleet of river vessels. You can give me another history check. And so can Flinken. If Fred wants to roll a history check as well.
18!
Let's go!
History, it's a mystery.
Real.
The lowest I could possibly roll.
Yo!
Yeah. I mean, you can still nat one. You just need to do it twice.
I did that once, remember?
Yeah. You have nat one before. Which
And
is
I've done
honestly
that one.
impressive.
Yeah, like he's getting 2 in a row.
Yeah.
That's how I learned that you can do it once.
Yeah, that is the 1 in 400 chance of colossally fucking it up.
Get 3 in a row and you blow up.
Yeah.
You didn't get 3 in a row. That's if you like.
Flinken, no! He just blows up.
Sora, you can't be 100% certain, but based on the way they're dressed, when they start speaking, they speak to you in Virlus, but with a very heavy Michelain accent that sounds specifically like a Great Landing accent.
Oh.
This likely is someone who represents one of the myriad of Great Landing shipping and transport moguls and a lot of those do operate quite heavily in the Virlus. So definitely someone who is not in any way got any direct ties to any royalty. Their loyalties lie outside the Virlus and also outside Pleasant Valley in that respect.
So they I assume, like, greet in Virlus?
They greet in
But you
Virlus.
can tell it's Michelain
You can tell that they are
accent.
you can tell that they are someone who you'd figure has grown up and lived most of their life in Great Landing. Definitely probably learned Virlus a long time ago, but likely in an adult age, likely for practical reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, Mazam Belrus, pleasure to make your acquaintance. How might good Beatrice be of assistance to you? Does a deep bow.
Sarath is going to respond in Michelaean.
Mhm.
Thank you.
I appreciate the pleasantries, but you may speak in the language you are more comfortable with.
They immediately pivot onto Nicolay. Why not? I am quite comfortable in Vielus, though Nicolean is my most experienced language.
Well, speaking in Michelaean allows our companion here, and she'll gesture to Riziak, to understand as well. So,
Mm-hmm.
I wish to continue in this language.
They nod approvingly.
We are in need of a ship and a crew to
You cut out of the last bit there.
Oh, sorry. Let me change my sensitivity again.
Don't worry, I don't mind hearing Marka twice.
Wait, you live with Marcha?
No.
What?
They broke in yesterday.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah. We are in need of transport of a large cart and 2 horses and a small group of people, over 8, as I believe. I have attendants that will be joining me in Bouchon.
They rise from their extended bow. We could certainly accommodate that. Bouchon could make our way there. You can see them think. As far as I have heard, the river should be accommodating enough of our vessel.
We wish to leave tomorrow evening. If that would give enough time to prepare.
But that would be plenty of time to prepare if you were to choose us. Again, the 3 of you can make an insight check.
Yeah. Now that I can understand
Yeah.
the words to the noises I hear.
I got a
9.
reroll. What
Let's
is that?
go.
22 plus
Let me re-roll.
25.
Make that a 27.
Yeah.
Holy shit, plus 10.
Okay.
God damn.
Oh, Mel, did you see...
Damn.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
if you scroll a little
No,
up, Gin did ask if
You wanted to
Crystal wanted to go
walk.
upstream. Gin is trying to get out of city to see if they can see any creatures, monsters in the river, but they can't see that in the city.
Oh, yeah, sure, they can go on a little date.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. So, in this little conversation, Thora doesn't pick up on it, partly because it's couched in language that Sorth is generally very used to, that kind of like layered businessy formality. With Lincoln and Risyuk more being used to the workman's side of trade and transport. And probably also being more entirely focused on just observing as Sorath is like navigating the negotiation. Is you could definitely pick up on there's a bit of like a nervousness to this person that is not reflected in the crew. They seem a little more comfortable once they are asked if they could leave tomorrow evening, as if the timing kind of assures them a little. Something about it tells you that they were a little worried about having to leave immediately. Whether that is because they would expect a royal to just go on, take your ship into the dangerous harbor, or if they have other reasons. You're not sure? Blinken, you pick up on the same things. You do get a little threshold higher, and I'll say that you notice that this person is approached from the harbor side. So you originally, when the conversation started, they were standing with you guys in between them and the ship. And they've moved. You're not sure if they've been aware of it, but they've moved themselves to stand in between you guys and the gangplank. And kind of being there in the moment, especially now that you don't have to translate anymore and you're just like bullshit sensors fully on, you pick up on this person does not want anyone on their ship right now. This quartermaster is probably subconsciously placing themselves in a kind of a defensive position to block off access to the ship. Flinken would be... That would be specifically Flinken who picks up on that detail.
Oh.
Judy also get the same thing
Pressure,
as Risyuk picked up on. The fact that they seemed a little nervous about being asked for the job and seemed more comfortable once they were told that you guys would want to leave tomorrow evening. So, yeah. Do with that information as you will, Brad.
Out of character,
Hmm?
God, if I could just like pressure the fuck out of them to figure out why.
So yeah. Brad, does Flinken share this information? If you are talking, I cannot hear you. If not, then I'll just assume that
Brett
it
is
shared.
dead.
Is Brad
Brad is
dead? Has
No, it's
Brad
Brad.
perished? They might be back.
Dead.
Dead bread.
In that case,
Dead
for the moment, we assume that Flinken shares this information with Risyuk and Sorath. I'll say, give me just for the fun of it, because I love these. I love how these history checks are such a risky thing for you. So Give me a history
What do you
check.
mean?
I want it to be 5 or higher. The DC is gonna be 5.
Me?
May I
Yes.
give one as well?
Okay.
Nope.
6!
Let's go! So, technically, you don't, like, have a authoritative position in the city anymore, but when you did, as the regent of the city, you were able to just call inspections of vessels for various reasons. There is, like, normally when you're just a royal and not, like, actively involved as regent, there wouldn't be any reason for why you would do that. But, I mean, there's no reason why you wouldn't. Looking
do-
about, there are there are enough harbor harbor officials nearby that you could probably just ask for an impromptu search.
Yeah. She's gonna, Sorath is going to step forward.
Mhm.
You know, keep her voice down a little bit, and just try to speak to just the quartermaster.
Mhm.
If it is all right with you, I do wish to conduct an inspection to ensure the ship is up to my standards.
If you want this to be an intimidation check, you can roll one.
Yeah, why not? It's gonna be very much just like she's kind of got a smirk on her face, just a little bit. 14.
They keep
As
their
I get
cool
Qimper.
decently well.
Mhm.
Let me keep the insights. Okay, so Sora and definitely Flinken, because Flinken is the passive insight god. The passive 20.
Jesus.
Yeah. They are keeping their composure very well. They just go, of course, can have that arranged whether would you want it to be done immediately, or I could call for one myself, and we wouldn't need to bother your time with it. But both the two of you can definitely tell that the nervousness that left them has immediately returned.
Oh, if you are eager to have it take place now, I could definitely arrange that.
They look at you, quiet for a little bit. By any means, call over whoever you want to do the inspection, and you will have free access to the ship.
How tall is this person?
They're closing in on 8 feet. They're tall, spindly, got some kind of like a rat-like features.
Sorath is gonna kind of look at them and just... Could I talk to you privately? Would that be...
Of course,
Alright.
of course, they... we could do it here about the ship.
Maybe step onto the ship.
Of course,
Just
of
the two of
course.
us.
They step onto the ship with you. We can discuss in captain's quarters if that is your liking.
Oh, I wish to stay out here. I enjoy looking upon the harbor.
Oh, of course.
She'll go to like the other side of the ship
Mhm.
and just kind of look down at the water for a second.
Me. Okay. As you walk over, look down at the water, they walk next to you. The ship is in good condition. We have been anchored here for a while. We did some small maintenance on the little bit we could quite early, but there's very little to be done now, so we've simply been idling.
Sorath is gonna turn and look at them and like hold their clasp their hands just behind their back and look up at them and just go, "Why are you so nervous?"
They go, my apologies if if I am coming off strange. I am a little caught off guard. Such clientele at such an unexpected hour. I was merely not
No,
prepared
no, no,
for...
no, 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 no. You seemed very. You seemed somewhat fine with transporting my crew, but once I mentioned that an inspection might be brought up, once I mentioned that I would want to travel tomorrow instead of today, you did seem quite relieved, but then that anxiety came back. Why are you so nervous?
Well, inspections are always stressful. As quartermaster, it is my job to maintain order on the ship, and even if I feel confident in my abilities to do that, there's always lingering fear that maybe I've made a mistake somewhere and it comes to light, and I apologize if I have failed to put you at ease. You catch barely, they roll low on this, your passive perception. They do some sort of gesture, their hand, as it's kind of like naturally drifts subtly behind their leg, and you can see them do some sort of gesture. They are not looking at the crew. They don't know if anyone saw it. Give me a perception check.
Yeah. Mm, 15.
I'll say after it, you don't immediately see anyone react. Do you see one of the crew has kind of just been sitting by a railing, twining up probably what's been a damaged rope that they've spliced to like fix the brake. Kind of just puts down what they're doing and walks into the inside of the ship. They didn't give any indication that it seemed like they immediately reacted to the hands gesture. Them walking over there is a little delayed from that as well. But there could be a connection.
You must understand that I do not wish to get anyone in trouble. I simply wish to know what I may be getting myself into. I do not like loose ends.
This is very understandable. It's
As I do have hidden may I be frank with you?
of course.
Okay, Frank.
Oh,
Thanks. These words will not leave you. And if they do, I will find out.
I would expect
You
no
swear?
less.
We will be traveling to Kosumt, but we must be perceived as traveling to Bouchant.
I see.
If you are to bring about any trouble, it is best I know, so as I can do my best to keep it under wraps as well. I do not
My
miss.
boy,
I do not.
we
I do not wish
underst-
to mess with what system you may have in place.
We can understand the need for discretionary movement, especially as we will be transporting royalty. You have my word that if you choose to travel with us, we will set off for Bouchant in every official capacity. But as our employer, you are free to take us wherever you feel it is needed. No questions will be asked of that.
Thank you. Is there any protections I should be prepared to offer for any dealings that you may be involved in?
No, certainly not.
I appreciate your honesty.
Give me an insight check.
Yeah. $11.
They seem to have calmed a little. To be a bit more back in their element.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of see tension leave them. Go. I would be honored to ensure that your needs are met. Would you still want the inspection to take place?
That depends. How much do you wish to charge?
Well, if it is work simply to transport your group, if I can so humbly request, I would simply ask that the payment covers the pay for the crew. Nothing more. I value connections far more than I value a profit. But especially if we are to go to... And it's like a little theatrical pause. Bouchant. It is good to know that my crew will have money to spend. I hear prices can be a little higher there. But I'm certain it will not be a steep price. It all depends on how much crew you would need to. That is all I will ask. And those who work the ship will have enough that they can comfortably stay some time in Castle, have something to spend. I am running a bit of a tight budget while we have been idling here in Qimper. I hope that is understandable.
Quite. I do not wish to make the daily lives harder on those that do so much.
Indeed.
I will arrange for an inspection before we depart. Appearance's sake and such.
Understood. I am delighted to be doing business with you.
I do apologize for. I can be a bit abrasive at times. I simply need to assure that I am dealing with people that I'm not going to bring about any trouble for me. I have dealt with enough trouble in my day, and as some have found out, I tend to have a bit of a short temper. But,
We're fighting the frost dragon.
my reputation precedes me, and my family is quite known for dealing with problems quickly and efficiently.
They certainly are.
Though I do not wish to carry out the same legacy, I am not a pushover.
I would never assume so.
Smart. The ones that do are the ones that burn. So. I will make sure that your crew is... I will make sure that your crew is compensated nicely. And you as well. The work you do will be quite difficult.
Be much
As-
appreciated.
The river is still somewhat messy from the log drive, but most of it should be cleared, and I do believe that one of my companions that will be traveling with us will be able to that came with me today as a way to see through the darkness, and will be able to assist with that as well.
That will be of a great convenience in that case.
Indeed. We do not wish to be mere cargo, so to speak. We can be quite helpful. We have defeated the Subworld Beast, and
The word has been spreading about that.
I can imagine. And I have heard.
Oh, I
And-
just burned my pinky.
And we have conquered great things, so I do wish to be of assistance as needed.
They nod again thoughtfully.
I will return. I most likely will have attendants and staff bring our belongings, including the guards, to be loaded onto the ship.
Our vessel will
Before
have
we
plenty
depart.
of space. So, bring
Wonderful.
all you feel needed.
If there are any issues that arise, you may speak to the Harbormaster, the Northern Harbormaster, to get in touch with me, or one of my staff, if they happen to be in the area.
Understood.
And Zarath will hold out her hand to shake.
They will take it. Shake. They'll deliberately, you figure, go a little less firm than you'd normally do in a business dealing. They are taking efforts to position themselves as the subordinate party. There's to be very little interest in placing themselves in a position of authority.
Mm-hmm. I will leave you to your preparations. And Sorath will go back to get back onto the harbor.
Mhm.
The dock.
While that conversation has been had, what has Flint and Risyuk been doing while that's waiting? It's not a terribly long conversation, but you are kind of just
I started
by
doing
the
some
ship side.
illusions and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Like, I ain't really got anything planned.
Anything Risyuk is looking out for, trying to glean, or anything else?
Keeping an eye out, just seeing how everybody, like, workers are, seeing, like, people that go from, like, bar to bar, or, like, walk from ship, off the ship. Just keep an eye out, like, a general eye out, to see if anything...
Give me a perception
Seems off.
check and an insight check then.
Got it. Both.
You find a legendary
Start with
wizard.
perception. That's a natural 20
Ooh!
Hmm.
for 25. Yeah, he's just hanging back with his arms like crossed, kind of looking around, scanning the area.
Mm-hmm. Then the
And
insight.
then you wanted. Got it. And oh, thank goodness for the advantage. Let me roll my d4. That is 18.
18. You, from a different angle, with the nat 20 perception check, kind of see Storath and the quartermaster up on the ship. They're talking quietly enough that you can't fully pick up on the full details of their conversation. You hear some of it. Enough that you can kind of piece together what's happening. But you do see from another angle the crew member who was working with the ropes, who kind of got off. And you can tell that they definitely noticed the signal from the quartermaster. And yeah, I'll roll for them. They seemed to... With the 18, I'll say they seemed to immediately be struck with, like, a bit of stress. And the way they were kind of, like, just casually glancing about made it clear to you that they're definitely trying to do something subtly and trying to make sure no one, like, picks up on it as weird. From the way they threw their attention around, you figure that whatever thing that signal told them, it's not something that's shared with the rest of the crew. It seems like they are trying to keep something a little quiet from the rest of the crew as well. You figure the quartermaster, maybe it's just that person, maybe it's a couple of others. Seems like they've got, like, something hidden going on behind the scenes.
Hey, Flinken.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
You ever, you've been on a couple ships, right?
A few?
Hmm.
What's up?
Something, interesting. Well, Sorath was talking to the, quartermaster. Seemed to throw some sort of signal towards another one of the crew members. Acted... The one working the ropes, you see over there?
Yeah.
Trying to hide it, but he's acting a little strange after that signal. A couple of others, but...
Surisuga's kind of directing our attention to them. That's when they, like, get up and walk into the ship, likely to head below deck somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
We are traveling with this group. Definitely gonna have to keep an eye on them. The one working the ropes. Can you give me a kind of general, like, description of them, like race and like?
There are probably, like, getting towards middle-aged hobgoblin,
Okay.
kind of pale, kind of like canary yellow.
Well,
A little bit of
I'm
tufts
just
of
gonna...
hairy fur around the ears.
Okay, yellow hobgoblin, middle-aged, fairy ears.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll keep an eye on him. I just cast invisibility myself and just start following him.
Hey! Okay. Give me a stealth check with advantage. You sneak along after.
Sneaky. Where the hell is the stealth? Advantage. 24.
You sneak along after effortlessly, well enough that basically you just, mainly because you're in the moment paying attention to Flinken just vanishes. And even in the rain, can't see Flinken. They sneak off and you're kind of just like, oh well, they're going off to do that, and if I can't tell where they are, they're probably doing an alright job at it. You're able to sneak your way onto the ship. No one notices you. The door kind of tilted open a little and just squeeze through.
Uchi, I'd like to position myself to where in front of where Flinken was and face that way, as if I were talking to him.
Doesn't seem
Between
like
me and the
anyone in the immediate area has noticed that Flinken vanished.
Yeah, he's a small dude.
And yeah, you are now inside the ship. There's the little ladder that gets you down to below deck. You figure that's probably where the person went, Flinken.
Yeah, just keep an eye on him and see what he's going to be doing and stuff.
Follow down around. Give me a perception check. So you have kind of like lost sight of them when they went inside because you weren't like on the ship already. Unless you were like went full sprint, you wouldn't have caught them. The door closed.
I was stealthing, so I wouldn't be sprinting at all.
Yeah. You don't spot them immediately here on the first underdeck. Nothing immediately seems out of the ordinary. You're not trying to pay attention too much to what else is going. I mean, you're just looking for that person. You don't spot them immediately. You can see the other side of the ship, the ladder that leads down to a deck below, likely a cargo hold.
Yeah, I'll head down there, see if they went down there as well.
Down there, give me another perception check. It is very
Perception.
dark down here, but that doesn't matter for you.
18.
18. You can see there are a couple people just here. The cargo hold is mostly empty, mostly just filled with rock to keep the balance of the ship right, since they don't have a lot of cargo. Immediately it strikes you a little weird that they are just sitting here with not much cargo. The way they've kind of been idling makes you feel like they are just waiting to leave. You do spot the hobgoblin kind of off in a little corner behind a beam. It seems like they're kind of quietly, as if to not catch the attention of the other people here. They're just very gently moving some rocks around.
Can I do an Arcana check of, like, those rocks? Are they in
Do
this,
you
like-
want to see if the rocks are magical? Is that it?
No, like, if they're in, like, a formation of, like, there's something that, like, they're trying to do with the rocks and stuff like that, or they're just...
Sure. You can give me an Arcana check if you want to see if there's, like, weird rock formation thing going on.
12.
As far as you can tell, no. It doesn't seem like they're making any patterns or symbols or anything.
Okay.
You can get a little closer if you want to. If you want to see what they're doing, you'll probably have to get decently close, and I'll ask you for another stealth check. Still at advantage because you're invisible.
Oh, I was going to cast a spell, but I'm invisible, and that'll break it. Yeah, okay, I haven't really got anything I can do. Is there a short crew member?
There definitely been like some crew members that were on the shorter side, yeah. Definitely some that would fit within your disguise range.
Okay. I can't use any minor illusions or anything like that. Like, wait, let me look at the active feat, see if there's something I could do.
You don't really have enough time to have been able to immediately like
Yeah,
copy
no,
someone,
it wouldn't be able to copy
but
someone. I
you
figured, like,
have picked up on the accent from the other people. It is Northern Virus. You know the accent. I'll say you can reproduce that. You just won't entirely know the exact voice of the person you're disguising yourself as. But you could probably pull off what seems to be the general accent of the people here. You'd still have advantage.
Did I hear the quartermaster talking?
No, he's not talking.
No, did I hear the quartermaster?
No, you are
talking?
2 floors
Okay.
below, and they're talking kind of quietly up there.
No, like, during the conversation, did I hear them at all, or no?
No, you didn't.
Okay, cool.
Because the quartermaster is still just there with Sorath, and Risyuk only managed to pick up some bits of what they were saying because they nat 20 the perception on it. So you didn't really hear what they were talking about. You just know the quartermaster signaled for this person to seemingly go down here or do something.
Okay, I'll get closer then.
Okay. Hey! Variety!
That's two extremes, yeah.
You sneak up next to them. It's a little awkward. You're kind of like walking on stones. It's like a little bit of a weird balancing act. It probably, if you hadn't been invisible, it probably would have been way easier to spot you. But you happen to be invisible.
Yeah.
So you can focus very much on just being quiet, and you get close enough that you're more or less like standing directly next to them, like peeking your head between like the side of their body and their arm as they're moving stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Give me a perception check with advantage, just to see
Isn't that
how many
fun?
details you can get. Though you're definitely going to see whatever is happening here.
12 is the highest.
Well, you see that kind of buried in the rocks, they have a... It's not really a chest as much as it is just like a box.
Mm-hmm.
And the person is kind of like uncovering the box. It's about like a square meter, 3 foot squared.
Mm-hmm.
It is nailed shut. They look around, make sure that no one else down here is paying attention. Oh, okay. Excuse me, someone's rang my fucking door.
Oh, good.
It's me, open up.
Ding dong!
Ding dong.
Runs away.
Yell at the door.
I'm ding dong ditching Uti.
You call it ding dong ditch? We call it knock down ginger.
What the fuck?
Knock down.
I mean, a big part of British culture is hating ginger people. Anyway, it was like a DoorDash, Uber Eats type person. They were like, "Hey, this Uber Eats, I got your food," and I'm like, "I didn't order anything." And they just went, "Yes, you did."
And then you just take the food.
Yeah, you did.
There are
Take it.
like 60 people that live in just the, like, there's 60 apartments at least in just the part of the building that I live in, probably more. And he
I love the yes you did. That's
sounded so fucking tired.
yeah, poor thing.
Oh yeah. Anyway, where
Tip
the
your
fuck was I?
DoorDash, Uber Eats eater drivers.
Hmm.
Tip your people's delivery.
So the hobgoblin peeks around, makes sure that no one else is looking. They're definitely not being watched right now. As Flinken's like half an inch of like literally just leaning on them. And they gently kind of pop the crate, forcing the nails open. And you can see in the crate there is a large collection of balls. Give me a history check. You recognize what a heartroot meat bottle looks like. However, these look more like the bottles of heartroot meat that you saw when y'all have been eating at Dugal's mansion. They've been serving for Sora. From what you've gathered from that and also Sorath's references and that, this looks like old vintages, like expensive stuff. There is also a small little container that's kind of like a little ajar. You think you can see jewelry in it. There is a small stack of letters. There is a container that you don't know what's in it. Is it Perception 12? There's also something that you can't fully tell what is. It's like... It's pretty thin. It's black, like a... almost like a long, oblong, flat black thing. Couple of them. Bottom. You can't quite see from your vantage point. I'll allow you, if you want to, essentially, like, poke your head into the crate to do that, to see what it is. However, you'd have to make a disadvantage stealth check, but since you're invisible, just a normal stealth check to do it. A little bit more risky if you want to peek your head all the way in to see what it is. It's up to you, Dobred. You're fine with the information you have, or if you want to poke your head in to see if you can get even more.
Fuck! I can't even re-roll that one.
Okay. In that case, give me a perception check. With advantage, because you've got your face in there.
23.
So, what you poke your head in, being like, fuck, I just need to get a better viewpoint. You kind of pull your head over the edge of the box. You can get a good look into it. It's not just one of them. It's like there's a bedding in the bottom of the crate. Kind of like, you can have like a fancy box that you would want to present to someone. You'd place like red silk and maybe like flower petals. It's very decorative. It's very pretty bird feathers. A lot of ravens. Some you'd figure like pitch black raven feathers. There are some beautiful peacock feathers. There's a lot of very pretty feathers that have been used as like the bedding for all the stuff that's been put in here. And as far as you can tell, everything in here is either expensive, mysterious, or letters. And the person is kind of like looking through, and you can see that their eyes dart back over to where the other crew are, and they're starting to like reach in as they're kind of like picking through some of the stuff. Give them an insight check before the consequences of your actions begin.
12.
Imagine.
I'm not entirely sure exactly what's going through my mind, but it seems like they're maybe trying to decide, like, okay, what do I grab, what do I not grab, maybe something like that. But as they do that, they do that kind of unexpectedly, and they kind of lean onto you, and as your head is, like, peeked over, they, like, lean their weight onto your neck, and for a brief moment, you're just squeezed, and you just go, and the hobgoblin immediately jumps back, startled. They're definitely aware that you're there.
Okay, I got a thing that I want to do.
Yeah.
I want to grab that potion bottle thing, and I also want to cast Dimension Door and visualize the spot I was standing with Marcha.
Potion bottle?
You know, wasn't there like a little bottle?
No, there were several bottles of very expensive heartroot meat.
Oh,
There was a box of what you think probably is like jewelry and valuables. There was a stack of letters. There was a container that is closed that you have no idea what is in.
Container.
Grab the container. Dimension door, any place you can visualize that you've been. And me check invisibility. I don't know if I don't think Dimension Door breaks invisibility, right?
Concentration's invisibility, so it'll break it regardless.
No. Only if you have to concentrate. Concentration only breaks if you cast another concentration spell.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
concentration.
Yeah, let me see.
I love Dimension Door. It's one of my favorites.
No, it ends if you cast, but invisibility specifically ends if you cast any spell.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So, that person, you grab the mysterious box, and as you cast Dimension Door, which has what component? Vocals. They just hear you casting it, and your invisibility ends, and they will see you vanishing. So they'll see, like, whatever distortion remains after you Dimension Door. So, how does Dimension Door look for you?
Okay, it's like the like a sort of shade comes into the like you know the Shadowfell kind of like
Ooh.
kind of opens up a little bit. It just like you just see like a shadow just like kind of like tear itself, and like hands will come out and just like open the door for me.
So, the person hears the little "Whoa!" as you get squished. You grab the box. The invisibility ends as the darkness emanates around you, and they just see a clown being dragged into a shadowy realm. Give me an intimidation check,
Okay,
because that's terrifying.
19.
19. Cool.
Yeah.
You're teleporting away. You will see the consequences of that, but you end up back at the docks where you were with Risyuk. Risyuk conveniently standing to try and shield you from view, as they were previously. You appear back with a box. The box is like, it's about the size of your head, maybe.
Okay, I also have to class like the disguise self so I can be a different person so they don't recognize me. Mm-hmm.
You probably want to stay halfling as we are traveling with a halfling.
Mm-hmm.
You turn into some other looking fella.
I make him very ugly. Just very ugly.
No, you can bring back the dwarf from Debaya.
True.
Dwarf from Debaya?
The dwarf from Debaya. Remember when you were infiltrating, you made yourself, or when we were there, you made yourself look like a dwarf to
Yeah.
Fuck was that name?
Look, I'm not gonna remember the names. Like they don't have specific names. I'm gonna like, yeah, this guy, his name Flute.
How many consonants?
So you had two disguises that you were using in Debaya. One of them was Fjert the gnome, and then was something like
Gorgak? That's what Mel said.
it could be Gorgak,
Gorgak, yeah.
something like that.
Gorgak sounds like something I'd say. But yeah, Flute.
Flute.
was
That's all
something like that.
consonants, right?
Yeah. FLYCKT.
Yeah, it's spelled like when you put one of those capsules into the hydraulic message systems. The way you write it is just drawing someone putting one of those in.
And here I thought Dragonborn names were all consonants.
But yeah, you appear, change your vision. You're holding a box.
How do I have the box?
All of this happens before Sorath is finished with their conversation. Sorath's conversation finishes. The master leaves to deal with their ship. Sorath is.
I think I just hand it to Rizyuk and be like, here, hide this. Hide it on the big body, not the small one.
Rizyuk will put it in to one of his bags, the handy haversack.
Yeah.
One of the pockets, and then the pocket kind of disappears into the bag.
One of you make a sleight of hand check with advantage.
I'll do
I
it.
will give that to you.
Yeah.
Wow, how nice.
Natural 2.
Yeah, 24.
24. It disappears into the pocket, not noticed by anyone.
Hell yeah.
What happened there? How far away is Thorath?
Sorath is not. This I'll allow this to be like while the tail end of the conversation. Sorath's like maybe 30, 40 feet away. Not very far.
Okay.
They're a little up.
I'll wait. I'll wait to hear what Flinken says.
Enough. There's a lot of things that happened during then. Like, I'll go into details later.
I'll telepathically tell Sorath things have happened on that ship involving Flinken. We might want to get going.
Sorath is like saying like she's gonna leave them to go make their preparations, and she starts walking over and she just hears something happened on the ship with Flinken. She's like, oh god fucking damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like frozen in place, like just like grasping the door with like all her strength. And
And she takes a second, she's just like
Let's make haste and find the other two and start heading back.
So, speaking of the other two, if Lion and Mal are here,
Yeah.
y'all wanted to go. Were you going downriver or upriver? You technically
We came-
closer downriver would be closer to getting out of town.
We came from downriver, right?
You guys came from downriver, yeah.
Yeah.
But you are at the South Harbor, which is the downriver harbor. So you'd have to
Yeah,
go
okay,
to
let's- Yeah, let's go downriver.
How intense is the current?
the current here is not very strong. The river is quite wide here.
Crystal is. Damn it. Hey, again. You see the strength of the water?
Pardon? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Do you see the strength of the water?
Oh, yeah, I see. Not that strong.
Yeah, not as strong as what I did with your mum last night.
Oh my goodness.
This was the game after that.
It's easy enough for you guys to get outside of the city borders. The river still looks more or less the same. It is still dark as fuck out. You can't see very far. There isn't like a giant river monster just sitting in the middle of the river,
Hey, guys.
half emerging from it, being like, "Hello, I'm here."
hello.
But if you
This
wanna,
place was dangerous. Come on. There has to be something cool here, right? Ask Crystal.
Well, I'm sure we can find something good. I don't know what to expect here.
Something big, probably poisonous. A lot of fangs. You know.
one of you make a survival check, I guess.
Natural 1. You die.
You,
Have
you
plus
perish. Make a new character.
13.
It being the middle of the night does make it harder, but you do try and look through, see if there's any tracks or signs of any creatures nearby, but you aren't seeing anything.
Okay. Actually, I wouldn't know. Would you know how to swim?
That is up to you. I think we have talked about like whether characters like the character's swimming capabilities when you guys were on the ship before. I don't remember if we decided whether Gin can swim or not. Gin has been to the ocean in Orst several times, but most of their life they've been in a desert. So you've only really been to like the ocean when you've been like picking up wares and then leaving. But there are like oases and lakes and stuff that you could also have been swimming in. It's up to you whether you feel Gin can swim.
Gin would not be able to swim that well, but it's able to flow. If you're willing to help me, you can take a dip.
Sure. Just if I lead the way and you hold on to my tail, I can float you along.
Yeah. I don't know how you're gonna teach someone with a tail how to swim, but let's do it.
All you have to do is kick.
I can't kick.
Please don't kick me.
I can't kick.
Disclaimer.
Maybe.
Disclaimer.
Disclaimer. Professionals and sure as shit do not recommend swimming at night.
What you mean that I
have you
recommend fully?
Have you ever used your tail as like a little propeller, and she's gonna make like she's gonna get her tail and kind of swing it around like a little propeller?
Again, is gonna attempt this in the water.
Okay.
I don't think
We're gonna die.
Give me an athletics check. This is not going to be effective. I'm just going to see if you, through sheer brute force.
Is Gin wearing armor right now?
No.
I'm assuming that, like, y'all haven't been... I don't think any heavy armor wearers have been wearing their heavy armor besides Risyuk in town, and I'm assuming that, like, Gin and Crystal are taken off at least, like, stuff like brigandine, because you don't want to go swimming with a thick, multi-layer vest.
Yeah, I think Crystal only wore light armor to the circus, so...
Not acrobatics, athletics. What's your athletics modifier? We'll just change the modifiers and use this 16. Line. Athletics modifier, what's it?
Athletics modifier?
Yeah. It should be higher for you.
It's... Oh yeah, it's +8.
Okay, so 24 then.
Oh, okay.
You do get some movement. You definitely feel like this is not a very efficient way of moving. Yeah. Propeller snake doesn't seem like the way to go.
Maybe if I spin faster.
Do it.
So, two of you spend some time trying to become propeller boats. Could you give me a D100 line?
Get the 100. Get the 100.
100? Alright. This is my time. 100! Fuck.
1. I hope this is good.
Damn it!
Killed.
To
I want this to be a
Gin's
good.
abject horror.
Wow.
Nothing shows up. No creatures. Not really even any normal animals. There's no cool plants. It's just a bunch of water. There's nothing interesting here.
It's literally
No
a void.
creatures, no monsters.
Cries a little inside.
Yeah.
And this is boring.
It truly is. Alright.
Truly, truly
Let's
outrageous.
head back.
I can't believe
drink.
you rolled a 1.
Yeah, let's go get a drink.
Also, just for the
natural
context,
one.
this is kind of like, you know, this is like mid-October type weather. It's like maybe 10, a little more above freezing. Like 10, 15 above freezing. It's cold and you're wet. It's not that bad for Crystal.
I
Again,
see.
who is already a cold-blooded creature and used to the desert. And the water here, young and cold. There's not even any cool monsters in it.
Not even cool sea monsters in here that could fight to the death. Let's get hammered.
That's
You
what Grace
guys-
did.
You guys move on to getting out. A little dry. Putting most clothes back on. Back to city, finding a place to get hammered. You guys are at this point decent bit away from Flinkin, Zorath, and Risuk. So to pivot back to that, basically, like, we should find the other two. They're nowhere to be seen. So, yeah. But
Long story short,
my guess is that's once the three of you
Master
have
you were
gathered,
talking to.
Flinkin eventually, like, probably when you are not directly standing next to the ship anymore and stuff. Flinkin tells a little more details about, like, what he saw. You now know about the bottles of very expensive vintages of Hartford Mead, the letters, jewelry, the mystery box that you guys have managed to get your hands on, and it was a very boring, normal-looking box, but the interior looked quite nice, especially with the heather bedding. I'll say I would say Flinken would probably intuit that the way things were laid out, it didn't look like it was like a haphazard bunch of like stashed, smuggled goods or anything.
Mm-hmm.
It looked very well presented, as if this was supposed to be like presented to someone and look nice.
Imagine if, like, they know it's royalty, so they just present this. Like, we get this stuff anyway. It's just given to Sora, and they're already just stealing shit from the other thing.
That would be funny. This is actually just going to Soras or the Roman.
Why was there crow feathers in there? Though? That's a thing. But I don't know.
There was a lot of raven feathers and stuff like that, and also other bird feathers. They were quite pretty, but mostly raven feathers.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this is kind of like being shared as information. You guys are
What
still
else?
near the area, still near the ship. You can still see it, but
Mm-hmm.
just so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
aren't talking about it directly next to it. You guys can
It,
choose to do anything
so-
with the information now, or
So they did see you then?
They saw me for a little bit.
split
Towards the
second.
tail end. A split second. Like, I was already dimensioning door out. And they would have seen a clown, and like I'm pretty sure like most of the distinctive features have already gone on me. Look at me, I'm a completely different person. I'm no longer the handsome fellow I once was.
Ooh. Hopefully.
I'm very sorry
They
to say
don't
this,
do it.
Brad. I've tried to in my head visualize what you turned into, but there's no other thing my brain creates than the idea that you just turned into like a 3 foot tall Ben Shapiro.
That's pretty
Don't
fucking
put this
ugly.
on-
Yeah.
Don't put this on
Yeah.
you.
Oh, you said ugly.
Yeah.
Mm. So hypothetically.
Oh no. Rizu kills him out of principle.
Yes.
And you'd be right to do so.
Oh, we gotta find the others. I hope it doesn't create too much. But yeah, as you were talking to the quartermaster, Sora, he gave a signal to one of the workers working the ropes, the older hobgoblin gentleman.
I did notice a hand signal, but I was not sure if they were connected.
As soon as he gave that signal, the one working the ropes seemed really stressed, and he urgently was talking to some of the others, and then they noticed me looking at them, and they headed inside the cabin.
Hmm.
So it literally is supposed to be a gift for Sora.
That'd be so funny to me.
That's why else would they be like, there's royalty, there's royalty. They're coming on a boat, quick, present an item.
Yeah. Yeah, it was buried beneath the rocks. It seemed like the hobgoblin while down there was trying to hide the box and the contents from the other people in the crew. So this doesn't seem like something that's known to the whole crew. They seemed...
Can I... So it's just feathers, right? Like raven feathers?
I'm gonna say this one more time. It was a lot of raven feathers, but also various different other feathers from nice-looking birds.
Please write it down.
It's not very important that there are multiple different feathers there. I just feel the need to correct it when it's specifically, so it was only raven feathers. Because that's
My
keeps
Discord's
happening.
been shoddy. It's because I missed the last,
Yeah, no.
10
It
seconds,
was
so that's,
mostly, it was a lot of very nice-looking bird feathers. They didn't look like they were just picked up from, along the roadside. Or anything. They were...
Yeah.
Looked more like they'd either been plucked or maybe someone's, got birds bred for feathers. Like, you have birds that you, keep for making quills and stuff. It was very nice. It was very nicely laid out. Like, the whole thing was, supposed to be, a gift box for someone. And they were being shady about it.
We can see about finding a way to put this back once we're back on, or if we do end up going with them. Where are the other two anyway? Looks around. You don't think they went into any of the bars? It's getting...
Peeing out of horses here.
We're about to play some Minecraft.
So...
Minecraft Wet and Soggy Edition.
Yes.
That's what Uzi called our raft stream.
Yeah.
Wet and Ready edition.
Hey yo.
Where did they go? They were just over here. They didn't go into any of the bars. Did you see them go into any of the bars, Lincoln? Or
I'll say
no?
they split off from y'all before y'all went to even look at boats.
Yeah.
They
Why
just.
would we let them split off?
What do you mean, why would we let them? They're people.
You've already gone through this arc. You're not their dad.
No.
They're people. They do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Imagine doing stuff.
Yeah, imagine doing stuff, huh? Imagine following the rules.
That sounds like doing stuff.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are the three of you doing anything in the immediate moment here?
Yes. I am solving every problem in the campaign.
So
I'm creating
I
every
caught-
problem in the campaign.
It's more or less that. Like, are you guys doing anything in this moment here, or
No.
is it like y'all are gonna try and figure out where we
I'm
can?
sucking a dick.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Whose?
Yes.
Alright.
So I caught a little bit between your conversation with the quartermaster. Do you feel like they're a pretty good choice, or considering what we've?
They're willing to be discreet. They did not disclose anything to me, so I can assume that what Lincoln vowed is what they were hiding.
I hope that doesn't complicate anything, but we'll have to see tomorrow.
I do not wish to cause any trouble with authorities or anything. I prefer to know what legal or illegal dealings I am possibly attaching my name to. And it seems like this is not something I am too worried about. I would enjoy being with them. Their vessel seems to be the best suited for river travel. And they seem to be quite fair.
I did catch a little bit of them saying they're willing to go anywhere.
Indeed.
That is exactly what we need, is we don't want to tell them where we're going until we set off. So that
Correct.
works out perfectly.
Korath is not gonna say that she already did.
Did they say anything about additional crew or anything like that?
What do you mean? If they need additional crew? If we need additional crew?
They did say that
any-
they have a crew, but you're free to add on anyone you feel you need.
We are
Linked.
able to bring anyone we wish, so their crew seems to be quite capable.
Could we make one stop before the end of our time at the docks?
I want to go drinking again.
Oh my.
I did make a friend the other night, and it would be nice to extend a hand out for a job, as their current position is without a vessel.
Yeah, you gotta take.
You gotta take that. You gotta take that.
It was a very capable gentleman of the name of. Oh no, my notes got broken.
Orma.
Arma.
Wow, such a good friend. I'm just kidding.
Such a good
Names are
friend.
hard.
It was like not okay, Orma. Definitely seemed like a very well maintained sailor. Was you kind of like just yeah.
Yeah?
And it would be nice to see how they're doing. Also, did Levi ever tell us about the make of the benches we were sitting
I'm
on?
pretty sure you probably just mentioned it.
Yeah.
In passing, but it wasn't like a big deal to him.
It'd be also interesting to see how they feel about the transaction that was made with the missing vessel. Nothing, not like any problems, but it is interesting. Turns out, seems like the circus is the one that did that.
Yes, I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Brissy wants to go see if
To
they
the
can find
Ripkeel,
Orma.
yeah, and
Ripkeel.
see if
In that case, as we're moving on from anything directly tied to Sweet Beatrice, we can take a break here, just because it's been almost 3
Yeah.
hours and 20 minutes without the break.
yeah.
And we can pick back up with stuff and things.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I like stuff.
I like things
And-
better.
Update. I
fair.
still can't buy voice mod.
You can't?
Okay.
Nope. It still comes up with an error.
Oh.
Weird.
Funny.
I want it
Okay.
so I can do my telepathic voice.
Hmm.
Not that I need to have.
Yeah,
do
you
that,
don't
but it'd
need
be
to.
fun.
Hi, sorry. I know we talked about what the bedding was in the box. What was in the box, though?
Yeah, so in the box was several, like a large amount of bottles of old vintages of heartroot meat. There was a container that was very slightly ajar, that seemed to be containing a large amount of jewelry. There
That's what
was
Flinking grabbed, right?
no. Flinking grabbed another
Oh.
box that was in there that was fully
Okay.
sealed, that they couldn't tell was what was in that moment. And there was a large
I got the
stack of
secret item.
letters.
Ah,
We keep getting these
Yeah,
boxes
but-
that we want to open.
This
Yeah.
one might be easier, as it's made of 6 panels of wood.
spends 3 hours trying to open it.
We cut from the break to Sorat sitting in front of it at a table, trying to break the code, and it's just there's no key, there's no keyhole, there's no tile. How do we open it? And just Rizzy just like pulling the top off. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go grab a snack. We wanna just let's say we should be ready to start up at 8 minutes. from now. Yeah. Everyone has time to like grab a snack, refill water, stuff. Yeah.
Oh my god, it looks so good.
What?
Astro drawing.
Yeah. Very yummy,
Yeah.
very delicious.
Very creamy. Very yes.
I'm not sure why it refuses to open shit to the other side. There we go.
Quick question: any Frostpunk 2 enjoyers?
I like the idea of the Frostpunk games, but I've not played them.
You said Frostpunk?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Frostpunk.
Don't know what that is.
Frostpunk is like a resource and city management game set in like a winter apocalypse.
Never played it.
Who was streaming that? Was that Velcro? Is streaming that right now? Like, not that they're live, but like that's one of the things they're currently streaming.
Wow.
Was someone who was... That was a... Bro, yeah. They're streaming it yesterday. And I found it funny because they... I don't know when they got that model. I'm guessing it's a little bit ago. But they have, like, the most summary model.
Oh yeah, that was very recent. I think last
Yeah.
month or the month before.
Yeah, and the first time I ever saw it was them playing Frostpunk, the winter apocalypse game. Yeah. Funny how that works out. Oh yeah, for Lion and for Gin, there's gonna be a significantly better chance of finding monsters once you're a little further outside of a city or a town.
Fine.
Creatures don't like getting close to them because then they get killed.
Fine. They're gonna get killed.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So. Alright, though. Probably next session, you know? It's probably gonna be something to kill next session.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
the ball.
yes.
So, yeah.
It's on the kill time at the bar.
Turns out we're on a boat monster, boat mimic.
That would be a very weird encounter.
Vor Part 2.
The way the sessions are lining up, I'm just gonna say that while we're also on break. Should be all good to have D&D next week.
Yippee!
Yatta?
It's the baby shower is what, on the 12th?
12th of October.
Yeah. So we'll have the next 2 weeks I should be available for, because I'm planning on going on a trip that weekend as well. So we'll have sessions on the 28th and the 5th, if it works out for people. And then there might be a little hiatus. We'll see. So I'm going to be busy on the 12th. And Salem, at least, is busy on the 19th.
Yeah.
We might
I'm
play
gonna
the
be in
20th.
Europe.
Yeah, we might
This
play on the
year, though.
26th, depending on whether Salem and Mel want to bound one of the days while in Norway on D&D.
I'm down.
Perfectly
Yeah.
okay if not.
We're gonna all fit into T's apartment, or we're just gonna.
It's gonna be very scuffed.
T's gonna
Let's
have to hide
go.
their notes so we can't see them. But,
That's what a DM screen's for, baby.
Well, the
yeah,
thing is,
but
the
if
DM
we all
screen...
have to share the same microphone, then
Yeah.
it's not all.
And also, keep in mind, I have a single table that is
Yeah.
facing towards a wall with my bed on one side and my kitchen on the other. There's only one direction you can sit on it. So most likely I'll just, before that session, I'll just have to, like, memorize a bunch of stuff, and then I'll play the entire session without notes. And I'll just play it from memory. I've done that a couple of times. I did that for most of the sessions that we played when Tess was in Norway during summers.
Mhm.
So.
Horchata is sleeping in a box.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah. Also, we don't need to worry about me having to work on weekends, so the hiatus wouldn't have to be as long over the winter. It's
Yeah,
up
that's
to
nice.
Uti's schedule.
Yeah. I get busy with exams in November. I'll see how many sessions I can do during November. December I should have mostly clear. And then January is also clear for me. So yeah. Won't be too bad. But we'll either have like a 2-week or 3-week break. Because as far as I know, Salem's the only one who's gonna be like definitely not available on the 19th. However, I do kind of want Sorath to be there for that session because it will be the session that we're meeting Sorath's entire family. And it's pretty neat to have her there for that. And that also does kind of work out for me because that gives me because that's the weekend before Mal and Salem come to Norway, so I can take that weekend to like get some extra schoolwork done, so I don't have to worry about doing any schoolwork while they're here. Timing wise, it works pretty well.
I have to pee.
I want to pee.
Go have a piss.
I gotta pee.
And then when Match is back from his time, if people are ready, we'll start back up again.
I can't wait. I can't wait to roleplay as a university student. What? When we're there.
True, I should put that that's a great way of passing the time in the meantime.
What?
Let's see, add an image. There we go. That should go on top there. Let me grab this file. There we go. I have a BRB screen, but why would I ever use
I am the
it?
cheese!
Why would I ever use a BRB screen when I can be awesome?
Yeah, us. It's gonna be great.
Now, question, if we stay on this long enough, will it become the thumbnail? Or the YouTube video? Probably not, it's too far into the VOD.
Don't make that the thumbnail.
I mean,
How'd you do that?
it would be kind of on brand if I have an image on the stream for like a little bit, and then that becomes the thumbnail for everything. Yeah. Did I hear
Oh,
matcha
there's some-
noises?
Yes, there's a really
No.
cute lesbian couple that I follow on.
Did you follow on what?
And they revealed it by eating a bunch of little mini cupcakes until they find the filled ones.
Wait, what?
I
didn't hear the bits between there's a really cute lesbian couple I follow and mini cupcakes.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. There's a really cute lesbian couple I follow on Instagram, and they just found out the gender of their twins that they're having. And so they did like a little reveal, and they were eating these mini cupcakes until they find like which one has a filling.
Hmm.
They're having a boy and a girl.
Let's go!
One of the comments says, "Welcome back, Dipper and Mabel." God damn it.
God. Okay. Are we good to start again?
Matcha is almost back.
How are other people?
Matcha is sitting down.
I'm sitting down too.
Lion's here.
I'm here.
Mouse here.
Yep.
Bread!
Andy.
Bread! We
Well,
lose bread.
yeah, I'm going to grab some stuff.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Bread!
It's bread.
There we go. Much better. There we go.
I would.
These amount of people back.
Right.
Cool. So, to get back into the sessioning of it all, So, Yen and Crystal wanted to go somewhere to drink.
Yeah.
Rissy wanted to go to the Ripkeel. See if Orma was there. What are Lincoln and Sorath doing, if anything?
Sarath is kind of wanting to go. I think she just wants to go back to the manor.
Yeah, it is getting like later. It's probably at this point at least like 10 or something. Relatively. It's easy enough for Sorath to go back to the manor. Lincoln can go back to the manor or go do something else if they wanna. But
No real plans. Probably go just go back to Manor.
I'll
I thought people were gonna come with me to go talk to.
well.
I mean, did you want them to? Want us to? You kind of made it sound like you just wanted to go talk to him.
I was like, oh, I could introduce you.
Well,
Oh, did you say that?
Didn't say that. That is. Didn't say it like verbatim.
well, you can say it now if you want to say it.
Yeah.
That is how
Could
words
meet
work.
some of them if we want to introduce them to the other crew. If we did want to hire them for this job, but
I'll say both Sorath and Flinken would have caught that the place that Reisuk is talking about seems to be that place that is swarming and overcrowded with people.
I do not know if I am wanting to deal with a noisy bar,
understandable.
and we can meet some tomorrow. Well, I am wanting to go back.
That's fair. It'd probably be better to meet them tomorrow, as they might not remember a conversation tonight.
You are welcome to go see them. That is fine. You are your own person.
I know where to find them tomorrow.
So the plan is then to find Orma when they probably haven't been already drinking for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
That is a
Old as
sound
liquor.
strategy. So, three of you make it back to the manor. I just want to ask Crystal and Gin, what kind of
Yeah.
place they are looking to go drinking at, like have a drink. Are you guys looking to like just go have a drink, or are you looking to like party it up before you leave? What's the vibe? These
What's
two
the vibe,
cold,
Crystal?
wet people.
Where are we going?
The vibe is we're wet and cold. We should probably go to somewhere warm.
You're right. You're right. One warm place, please.
Maybe an inn.
There are plenty of taverns and inns, especially at the very like edges of the city, little away from that central harbor district that you guys would probably get to quite quickly. There's a lot of nice, little calmer places. big, roaring fireplaces. Definitely somewhere you can sit
Okay.
down, get warm, have a little bit to drink. Probably mostly serving rot beer, or that bitter beer at this point.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna have any?
I
Yeah,
get something
alcohol's alcohol.
cooler. I am I am friends with Belrose, yeah.
Mm, good idea.
I will say, you can certainly flex your Belrose connections. This place does
Yeah.
not have anything else really.
Oh, okay.
Like this is like like it's mostly just like an inn where people stay and they're like, yeah, we have alcohol and some food, but it's not like a big bar or anything. And especially since Pleasant Valley has been cut off for a little bit, it is mostly locally produced stuff, and that is mostly the rot beer.
Well, when in Rome.
What's wrong?
Beer is
I don't know.
beer.
There is there.
Toss down like, let's say a copper piece for how many incredibly bitter pitchers of ale you want to have. To you guys, how many you want to
So-
drink.
I can't
Ian,
use
I
my...
bet
She pushes
Yeah.
the gold
Mm.
coin.
I bet
Oh,
I
so
can
it's-
drink more of this than you.
No, you're on.
Oh god.
I love the
I'm
idea
gonna roll
of
the-
two people in a drinking contest, but it's not a drinking contest because it's alcohol, it's just because what they're drinking is just gross.
Honestly,
Both of them drinking
yeah.
going,
I'm gonna roll a d20 and that's how many drinks I have. Oh my god!
Make a
I
constitution
think it
saving
should have
throw.
probably been a D10.
Yeah,
I'm just
Get
gonna inform you,
advantage.
Mel, that is how many pints you're drinking. This is just beer.
I got this. Come on.
Yeah, but I roll with
D20.
advantage.
D20. No!
Uh,
BRB.
give me a constitution saving throw as well, though you can have yours with advantage as well. So drinking almost half of it.
No. I completely forgot where's Constitution. Oh, there it is. Saving throw, right?
Yes.
Crystal drinks to forget.
Can also
damn.
drink to forget the monsters he could have fight.
But the monsters are in our heads.
Fighting demons up here.
Oh.
So, neither of you are going to be like completely knocked out of this, but I did just look it up, and Mal, you are having Crystal drink almost twice the amount of liquid that a stomach can physically hold.
Wait.
I would want another con
I should
save.
do a tactical chunder.
Disadvantage. So normal
Okay.
advantage because you do have the souls.
Crystal, no. Oh, they.
Nah, I'm dead. It was
Uh,
nice playing with you all.
So Crystal doesn't really get drunk. Neither does Skin. You're definitely a little buzzed by the end of it, but you don't actually drink 16 pints. You get let's say you get to half that to 8 when you are starting to feel in pain. Do you want to try and push forwards and keep trying to outdrink Gin? I'll say Gin can probably physically contain more liquid than
Yeah,
Crystal.
bigger and longer.
Yeah,
Let me check.
a lot of snake.
Yeah, Crystal's committing.
Okay. So, that's when the 4 comes in. Crystal is going to, sometimes, when you're out drinking, there's some people, and when they go out drinking in town, they're going to end up vomiting at the end of the night. Crystal is now vomiting from alcohol unrelated reasons, as body kind of just has to save you from physical damage. It's a bit of a sad, depressing, messy situation
Dang.
where you are not physically able to contain your booze in this this situation. So, I'll say you do drink more than Gin, but at the end of the drinking session, Gin does have more of it still within their body.
Okay.
You could call it a draw, I guess, if you want to.
Oh, Crystal, you're supposed to keep it in, not out.
That's what your mom said last night. Did Crystal say that between, like, not being able to talk?
Yeah, you say
Sweet.
it between barfing. So, I guess you guys spend a little while just drinking very large amounts of weak beer.
Yeah. Well, we're in the inn, so
Yeah.
I guess we could pass out here.
You could pass out, rent a room for the night if you wanna. Plus a silver at it. If you wanna share a room, plus a silver each if you want a room each.
Stingy.
We held hands. We can share a bed.
Hmm.
But Crystal would be, like, too ill to respond, so it's down to Gin.
Okay, yeah. Let's order one room.
You check a silver and get yourself a room so you don't have to go all the way back to the manor. And
Can Oh, wait, one thing. Can I bill this to Sora?
do you want to bill? What? So the total here is 3 silver, 5 copper.
Yes.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
You can.
It'd be
Sweet.
funny if they also did out of spite. No.
They will if you say, "Hey, we're with the Belroses," and give me a persuasion check. I'll see if they believe you. 2 people just kind of showed up. One of them just barfed everywhere. The other room was like, "The Belroses will pay. Your royal family will pay for this."
Do you know who I am?
Do you know how I am?
How I am. You know, that is a drunk talk right there. How I am.
I'll say they allow you to stay in the room stuff. They don't seem to fully accept it, but they might expect you to pay in the morning if you don't have proof of that.
They believed us. And I take
More like,
Chris.
these people are pretty drunk. Let's just give them a room and charge them afterwards. They're wearing expensive stuff. They can probably afford it. And if they're not with the Belroses, then hey, we'll just report them for it, and then the Belrus just have to deal with that. And then if you lie about being a contact of the Belroses, the Belrus is not going to be happy about that. So it works out for them.
Ian and I would never lie.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I was considering, like, would Gin be able to get, like, help advantage from Crystal? Then I considered, like, the situation, the weirdness of that ask, and also Crystal's current state, and I'm like, nah. A straight
Nah.
roll is kind of enough. The fact that I'm just allowing it to be a simple, normal roll. Yeah. The two of you stay there. The rest stay in the Belrose Manor. And it's up to you if they're up to everyone, if there's any things that people want to do before they go to bed. It is getting late. Not super late, but it's getting late-ish. You guys want to discuss more of what you've seen, done? If y'all want to fuck around with the box, or...
That's the password.
The box is... The box does have a lock on it. You could try and pick the lock. If the lock isn't pickable, I'm pretty sure that both Gunther and Risyuk would feel pretty confident they could just kind of crush it in their hand.
Do we even have a lockpicking kit for me though? I think only Crystal does.
Yeah, only Crystal does.
I'll say it would not be beyond the resources at the manor to be able to get you the stuff required to pick a lock. Like, Thieves' Tools isn't like you have a like an Amazon lockpicking kit, or just, like, lockpicking is done with a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I do have Thieves' Tools.
you do have Thieves' Tools, okay. Then you have the stuff.
okay.
Rizzuk have. What does Rizzuk have?
Are you?
It's an artificer thing.
Are you proficient with it?
Yep.
And you can make a Thieves' Tools check to see if you can look.
Yeah. Got it.
Rizzuk was
Sorry,
a rogue
hi.
in his past life.
27.
27. The lock opens quite easily. You figure something like maybe an 8 or maybe a 7 would have sufficed. You're about like 20 off, you know? You kind of just grab your Thieves' Tools, just put them in the lock, and you go like, okay, I know how to do this. I've seen Crystal do it a lot as well, and you just kind of tilt the lid open and it just opens. Don't even need to do anything fancy. And inside is a what's the best way to describe it? It's covered with this soft, almost silky felt that lines the inside of the box. In the center of it is it's like a brooch, you'd guess. It doesn't have the needle, but it looks like a brooch.
Can I show it to Salem?
So, Sorath, yeah.
Alright, yeah. I'm forgetting character
Lincoln
names.
just
Like, oh, yeah.
reaches their hand through the screen, hands it to Salem. Show it to Sorath. Salem is their computer. They can give me an
I was talking. Hi.
hi. You can give me a history check. Looking at it.
See,
God.
that was just blinking just then. That was blinking just then.
9.
I need to-
9.
Oh damn. Mm-hmm.
I am going to ask you to make 2 more history checks.
Fuck. Okay. 16. 5.
Okay. Uh. You're. It's a brooch that has. It's pretty nice. It is silver and gold with onyx, and some opals. It's very beautifully designed. It doesn't look necessarily like anything that like stands out to you like, oh my god, it's like that. But the design kind of looks familiar. Like you've seen something at least like it before. Maybe more like
Is
you've
this-
seen
Mm-hmm.
stuff probably made by the same person who's made this.
This is very familiar to me, but I cannot place why. It is possible I've seen work of this jeweler before.
If Reese, you can make essentially just a tool check. I'm not sure if you have a jeweler craft check set up.
I do have.
Then
Oh,
roll
I
one.
don't have it.
Okay, then you
What's
can just
it out
roll
right
smithing
now?
or one of the ones that use intelligence. They're all the same.
That's 15.
15. Nothing immediately stands out to you, but you can tell that it's made by either very skillful or at least very high-end jeweler.
Seems very high end, so makes sense if you would have seen their work before. I'm guessing anyone working for or with the Bell Roses would be or around.
Yeah, it's in the terms of the familiarity for Zorath, it's
Similar.
I don't think that went through.
it's
Salem.
kind of like something. It's familiar in the sense where it doesn't look like anything directly, but it's like you've seen enough stuff made by this person just throughout your life that you're like, oh yeah, that looks like something they'd make.
I imagine my grandmother has worn jewelry of this creator before.
Interesting. So they're a Mycalean sailor with. There's a lot going on here. Wonder how much history this. From the steps of the Giants area. Because this is what we found from the boat, right?
Yeah, from this boat, yeah. What about Steps of the Giants?
That's like where the quartermaster was from, right? Originally,
No. Great Landing.
Great Landing, not
Like, next door.
that's different. That's different.
Yeah.
I was thinking Mycalean, not Imanisi.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Imanisi, not Mycalean. Is what I meant.
Though, that's fine. That's also not the Imanisi area either. That's alright. That is the Wapusha area.
Very
With,
interesting.
It's over with Wencash and all of that. But yeah, the quartermaster, and as far as Sorath could figure, likely the entire like ship is owned by traders from Great Landing that most likely have a bunch of river vessels that operate in the Veerless. Probably because it's easier for them to just have their own river vessels that connect to their own seafaring vessels. Control the entire supply chain. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is quite the work piece. I've only been working with Jules for a little bit. This has to be something that's been handed down, or techniques that have been handed down for generations. Wonder. Well, nothing really more to glean from it with what we have. I'll leave it under, or we should leave it under your care, since you're the one that
I'll say also about it, since you've gotten like a look at it, it's a piece of jewelry in both. Thorath is decently knowledgeable about stuff, and Risyuk has technical knowledge on it. Based on the materials and the gemstones, it would be valuable, but not like a crazy valuable piece of jewelry. From what Flanken described, the bottles of Heartroot mead probably is more expensive. Likely the box of what seemed like more regular jewelry probably is worth more. It's a pretty piece, but materials aren't the most expensive.
I'm like Peter Griffin with that mystery box. Can't like not take the mystery box, you know?
Yeah. Is that what all y'all are doing with that? Y'all feel done with the mystery box and the brooch? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then Sorath, before you retire for the night, I do have something to. I do have something to say
Regarding what?
regarding the lack of respect I had for you and Gunther.
We can discuss this another time.
I just want to reiterate the thanks I had for you working with me when we went to Wencash, and I apologize for not immediately being able to return the favor coming into your lands. I'll make sure nothing like that happens again.
I feel it's too late to promise something like that, as it happening in general is the issue. Sorath would leave.
Sorath heads off for the night, then I assume. Well, so are people heading to sleep. Okay, as people head to sleep, I rolled for dreams already at the end of last session just so I'd have them pre-rolled, because someone mentioned I could just do that, and I'm like, yeah, why not? No dreams.
None.
Some of you wake up earlier, some of you wake up later, well, depending on when you feel would fit your character's situations.
Wait, OT, I get to start rolling for our jams again, don't I?
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna wake up early. I have a feeling now.
Alright, put it on. If I roll 100, I get a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Okay, cool. It's up to... So, Gang Crystal, you guys did drink a lot. Didn't get very drunk of it. You did start drinking probably around 10 or so. Maybe a little earlier. It's up to y'all how long you feel like you were staying up. And how long you feel like you're sleeping in, but as long as y'all are all ready to hop on a ship towards more of the evening.
Oh, Crystal, I think we're supposed to like leave, right?
And when are we leaving?
When you wake up, Crystal, you have to piss real bad.
Now?
Probably the same for Gin. Y'all have drunk so much liquid.
Oh,
Let's do what our name intended. I run into the bathroom.
1 second, Ian. I need to piss.
Piss.
I think I mentioned
no.
before. Not really bathrooms, but there are chamber pots and stuff. It's what's normal when there isn't plumbing.
Is it like outside?
You can try and find like an outhouse. There might be one nearby. If you prefer that. Yeah, you can do that. It's the lovely medieval city practice of pissing and shitting in a pan, and then when you're done, you throw it out of your window onto the streets. This is why so often written about how disgusting medieval cities smelled. One of the reasons, one of the reasons that it was so impressive that the Romans had plumbing with their aqueduct systems. Not that Rome smelled nice. But yeah. Yeah, you guys are aware that the plan is to leave.
After our
audio broken. Oh no.
After our piss break, I think we're gonna have like post piss clarity, and we're this. I'm gonna tell Crystal that we probably should like head out.
What is broken with the music? What's happening with the music?
You know what? We could get some
crunchy.
more drinks too
Crunchy?
to end it.
I'll see if I can fix
You know,
that
some
next
morning
time.
drinks, and then like head out.
So by the time, since y'all wake up, like you said, a little later, they will have been able to verify that you guys are in fact associated with the Balros and are essentially like, I'm like, hey, yeah, so we have a tab for $3.50. Put it on the royalties tab. They'll pay it for you.
Yeah. Let's drink some more and then leave.
Because gonna start your day with some more real bitter beer.
Yeah, you know to remember this town. And all the beer we drunk.
Remember this town by drinking to forget about the town.
You guys have probably a little more bitter beer. You guys will eventually make it back to the manor. The non Ginnon crystal part of the party. Y'all have anything you're doing in the morning that you would want to happen? Kind of like first thing in the morning, feel free to do that. If not, don't worry about it.
Packing, basically.
I brush Buggy's teeth.
Yeah. There's nothing that's needed to be done early in the morning. Or Gin and Crystal will make it back to the manor. The party is now gathered. It is still morning, probably like 6 to 8 hours before you can head off the boat. You do have time to kill in Qimper. If there's anything you want to do before you guys leave. Mainly just because I want to be able to start next session probably either with you guys getting on the boat or being on the boat.
Okay. I didn't know we had that much time.
Yeah, no,
Right,
the ship has to leave in the evening.
Do you want to go to another bar?
Maybe not for that drink again.
Yeah, let's go to a better one.
Yeah.
You can definitely go to places that are more directly there to serve alcohol, especially if you go to one of the little bit nicer places that have a little more variety of stuff. Definitely go somewhere else and get some more normal alcohol. Normal beers, normal wines, normal meats.
Hunger beers.
You can also drink at the Belrose Manor if you want. They have like a shit ton of alcohol available.
Crystal is still down to get rat-faced.
What are you rolling for here?
Alright.
I was just vibe checking to see if Crystal would still be down to drink. If it was low, then she wouldn't want to drink.
Yeah. I was like, are you rolling for how many things you're drinking again?
No. She's learned not to do a drinking game with Gin.
Yeah, or at least when you do drinking games, maybe drink something that has more than like a percent.
Crystal hasn't learned.
A 1.5% alcohol. So it's usually a good idea to focus the drinking games on something that you can actually get a little drunk on. You know?
Well, you see, I did roll a d20 on whether or not she was smart enough to not do a drinking game with Gin. She rolled a nat 1, so I think she's going to ask to do it again.
Yeah, go for a drinking game. But specifically, are you going to drink the thing that's essentially very slightly alcoholic bitter water? Or are y'all gonna actually like drink some alcohol that can get you drunk?
She wants to drink the nice stuff.
Yeah. So you guys can like have wine and a little bit stronger beers and ales and meads and stuff. You guys can definitely go out. Definitely drink until you get pretty drunk. I'm guessing y'all are not gonna like try to pass out necessarily, but you know.
Yeah, let's not try to pass out.
Yeah, Crystal has some sensibility in her.
20 drinks! Let's go!
You can drink quite a lot.
Oh my god.
Depending on what you are drinking, you could make it 20 of them. For sure. You're drinking some like shots and stuff. Yeah. You can hold it. But yeah. Those two go out drinking, spend their time on that. Blinking.
Can Levi
Levi.
starts carving out the mirror for the scrying.
Yeah. Definitely do that. Give me a woodworking check.
Can I give myself guidance?
Yeah. That was pretty good. And you
Yeah,
have the
rolling high
30.
today. It's been a while since I started been rolling high.
Didn't hit 30. Yeah. You get a pretty good setup with some. Like, you could still, like, do more to it, but I'll say you get a nicely carved, functional thing that you could probably do, like, one more check later to put in some fine details on, and it'll be scry ready. Probably spent your evening after getting on the boat just finishing it off. So,
Yeah.
if you want to, you can roll another wood carving check so we can just have it rolled so we know that it's available.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay, cool. You didn't colossally fuck that one up. It'll be done. Let's say after the next time you sleep. It'll be done then. Like
Okay,
after this day is done. I'm guessing Risyuk would want to go find Orma.
Orma.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go to where I found them the first time I met them all.
Yeah, cool. Is Lincoln doing anything? Is Sora anything they want to get done before leaving? They want to take care of? I'm guessing maybe meeting up with people.
Oh, no plans.
Too.
Yeah, meeting up with
Mm.
friends mostly.
Yeah. I'll say it's relatively easy for Risyuk to find Orma. Not directly, but, find someone you recognize, you ask them, they ask someone, find them. Orma is kind of just relaxing not at the Rip Keel, partly because it's a little busy to relax at this point. And they're just relaxing at a tavern, just having like a morning drink, nothing strong, just talking with people, sharing stories. And I'll say, like, you could. Was it specifically Orma you wanted on board, or
Orma and a couple of the other
Okay.
crew that I remember hanging around him.
they notice you as you enter? Just make some noises of greeting that they are offered to you, and you kind of ushered to sit with them.
So, how have the days been to you?
The days have been pretty good, I would say. Yes.
I think I found out who might have been the one to, quotations, buy that boat off you guys.
Ah, I hope they're getting good use of it, whatever they're
Um,
doing with it.
Have you been to the circus when they were in town?
Yeah, I was down there once.
Did you ever get a chance to sit in the, would it be called, what would the...
Tribunes, technically.
Did you get a chance to see any of the shows? Sit on the benches of the tribunes?
No,
They, seem... My friend told me they seemed oddly similar to Shipwood, if you catch what I mean.
there's like a couple of people, like people are catching on to what you're saying at different rates, and chuckle a little about it. None of them seem all too bothered about
Yeah.
that. Kind of a
So it seems
good
like they-
riddance attitude.
Seems like your ship got a lot of good use. And speaking of that, I might have a job for a couple of you guys if you're willing to travel. Ship side, of course.
Sure. Let's, where is the job taking us in that case?
Is the one town that we're using as a alibi, is that also upriver?
It is upriver, but it's on the different. There are two main forks of this river, and if you head westwards, you would go to Karsumpt. If you go eastwards, you go to Bouchon. Bouchon is the third largest town. Definitely not big enough to be like a proper city. It is kind of. It's a little bit hodunk. It's mostly there as like a logging spot. Mostly industry, not like a crazy interesting place to visit necessarily.
So all I can really say at the moment is that we're going upriver. It'd be a job. I know that you all are more of sea sailors, but you all look really, and talking to you guys, seem really capable. So I was thinking if I were to extend a hand to any crew to work with this group, it'd be you. Also, I like you guys.
Give me a persuasion check with
Yeah,
advantage.
Natural
With
one.
advantage.
Yeah, with advantage.
Got it. Natural 20.
You go,
Oh damn.
yeah, sure. Where's the ship? When do we leave?
Well, so the interesting thing is because of how fast we want to get to where we're going, but the fact that we couldn't leave until they could guarantee no more listing logs or anything like that, it'd actually be evening. But we have a couple of contingencies that could help out with that.
Okay, evening. I can make that do. Sure.
And as for where, it is a. Did I. Any details of what the ship name is or anything like that?
Yes.
From
It has
Beatrice.
sweet Beatrice written on it.
the Sweet. And it would be the vessel known as the Sweet Beatrice.
I seen that one. Yeah, we're familiar. We'll be there. Sure.
Yeah, the quartermaster seemed pretty chill compared to previous ones. I am guessing. Gives
Still
it a
not
look.
that we can steal from him.
That is nice. We like working with good leadership.
Yeah. Ooh, I haven't really sailed rivers, mostly just off coast, but this will be interesting. Upriver.
Yeah, a lot of Ormond's work. So no, it'll be nice sailing with you.
I'll tell the quartermaster about the additional people coming with us. How many are in the group, including?
It's if you
Orma.
just want to get everyone around this table along with you,
Yeah, the closer.
it'd probably be like you could, if you just want to get everyone who's sitting immediately here, like that you're currently on the table with, it would be like 6 people. If you want to get like the larger group that is like spread out across a couple of tables, it would be more like 20 or so.
Would it be more probably better for this situation to keep smaller since there's already a crew?
You don't know the current crew size of the ship, but a ship like that, when it's not like a very long trip, it's usually pretty fine to overcrew. At least a little.
You know, how about you guys tell your favorite crew members and we can get them on board?
Okay. Upriver, okay. We'll spread the word to those we feel like having around for a couple of days. How does that sound?
What if they're evil?
Evil.
And I assure you, this will not be one of those pay after jobs.
There's a large kind of like grunt of approval just that kind of emanates throughout the place.
It was good seeing you fine folks again, too. So, uh, be
Yeah,
nice to know I'm with familiar company on the ship.
yeah. It's always best to have some people you can rely on a crew.
Also, I will request I made a faux pas the other night. If you ever talk to any of my group, try to refrain from using any last names of them. I overstepped my bounds of my friends, and
Understandable. We'll be
First
courteous.
name, please.
We'll be courteous.
thank you. I trust you all with that. Also, yeah, I'd probably want to get the names, but we could do that like
Yeah. You get
like,
Orma,
after
and I'm not going to bother doing it or require y'all to remember 20
It should-
random sailors' names.
I got you. I got you, Mancha. It's Bob 1, Bob 2, Bob 3, Bob 4. That one might be Bobette, but
It's Bob, Boberick, Bobette, Bobium.
Bobby,
Yeah.
Bobart.
Rasuka's
Robert.
recruited a couple crew,
Yeah!
and
70 people showed up. What do you mean?
yeah, we wanted to invite the entire crew, all 150 of them. They're our favorites.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
a tight knit group. A tight knit group indeed.
But yeah,
Tight knit town. I mean,
there's definitely plenty of the Versoreth to cram meeting friends. Lloyd is not really doing much of anything right now. They're kind of just off work because they've done their big jobs. They're kind of just available. Goldie's usually available whenever, because they... Let's be real, Goldie hasn't done any work for quite a while. Well, someone started paying for all of their shit and they've not been working. And then, as for Rambling, Rambling's available whenever someone fetches them. Nicholas is probably going to be somewhat busy with work during the day. Though, definitely has the time to interact a little. Probably will be there to say goodbye when y'all sail and stuff. So Salem, if there's anything specific you wanted to cover with any of them, or anything you want to happen or be said between them, then it's something you can do now. But if it's just like spending time, you can say that happens, so that is done.
It's kind of just spending time. I don't really have anything in mind.
Mm-hmm. In that case, I'm going to... that. Cool. It's a relatively relaxed, like, day, midday time. Most likely, you figure either you guys are going to go to Kursumft and immediately fix things once you arrive, but if you're going anywhere else, you're probably coming back to Qimper at some point. Now, if you fix stuff, you can come back. If you fix stuff soon, you can come back soon anyways. So it's not as tense as before, with everyone being like, "Oh, we're not going to see Sorath for years," as they go out traveling the world. I'm like, "Oh no, Sorath's going to be gone maybe a week or two. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Joke's on them. If we fix him, we have Sora's sugar daddy.
The main things that I had in my notes is so Goldie has a thing that they were wondering if you would be willing to give to Anselm from her she says friend.
Yeah. Yeah.
And mainly just she explains like it will be a neat little thing for like, you know, high society lady to be able to have something delivered directly to royal family member. It works out well for them. It would just be like a neat little favor. It's a it is a very beautifully crystal spear tip. Definitely not functional, but a very beautiful, like, crafts piece. You're not entirely sure which gem it is. It's quite transparent, but has this, like, light blue kind of sheen and tint to it. That's just a thing that I had that Goldie would ask if you were willing to do. Probably also because Anselm would look at him and be like, "Oh shit, that's cool," because
Got it.
he is a geek. But I should
True.
like this. I'm guessing you. What information do you share with them about stuff in general?
I mean, they know where she's going.
Hmm.
She wouldn't hide that much.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Because, you know, whatever you tell them, they might comment on. But I'm not gonna assume you just tell them everything
Yeah.
immediately. So it's up to you to decide, like, what information is put into their hands so they can do something about it.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain's kind of just like.
That's very valid.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. Sorry.
In that case, we can just say that, like legit about the boat, you're just like, just gonna keep that, like, tight to the chest. There's no reason to.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think she's too worried about
Yeah.
that.
In that case, especially if you're little loud things, that's valid. Sora spends most of the time just catching up more, this time without getting blackout drunk. They're friends.
Yeah.
And yeah, guys, spend your time, get towards, like, it's heading towards the later half of the day, probably getting a little past 3, 4 or so, when that seems to be the first earliest opportunity to leave, as things are cleared and Nicholas has arranged for traffic to be held so you guys can be the first ship to leave, which no one's going to question because Belarus is traveling on the ship. Why wouldn't they hold it up so they're the first ship to leave? So y'all grab all your stuff, get onto the ship, unless there's any last minute things that people want to have done in town. If not, since no one's saying anything, I'm going to assume the answer is no.
Yeah.
No.
Good.
And then, y'all.
Oh no, my long lost cousin.
Yeah,
Is this where
Gin
we
does not
fight
have cousins
the-
here.
Is this where we fight the ancient white dragon?
Yes,
See
exactly.
blue eyes. Yeah.
As
Blue eyes, white dragon.
Blue Eyes Aryan Dragon.
Look,
I've always found it so weirdly unfortunate that they specifically picked Blue Eyes White Dragon because it sounds like Seto Kaiba's white supremacist monster. But yeah.
Blue eyes does have a lot of priestess too.
But yeah, so you guys are on the ship. You can end the session there, start the session as you guys are heading upriver
Yeah.
Yeah.
and are at least the first day. I think there's going to be a decent chance you guys will get to go back to Qimper. I did run some numbers on my plans. This arc's going to be long.
Alright,
Whoa.
let's do the whole boat session right now.
Yep.
Straight up.
it's
I was-
one dice.
I was like, this arc, I've got this much content planned for it. I don't know if it's gonna be as long as Ortus Halls. And then I realized that this is the 10th session of this arc. So, yeah. I'm pretty
Cheeky.
sure there's gonna be more than 8 sessions of more Pleasant Valley stuff. This will probably be the longest arc. At least so far. Well, yeah.
And it's gonna end with Sora's sugar daddy coming in and breaking her home.
If that's how it ends, then it's definitely gonna be a long arc. That'll take some time. Yeah. Okay. I
Yeah.
guess that does
Someone raid.
end our stream. We can look to raid into someone.
Mari stream.
Someone.
Mari.
Mari.
Mari's
stream.
never fucking live. I want to raid Mari. Hell yeah. I have no idea about brain power for a raid message. We do not necessarily need one.
Trade.
Shadow Legends.
No. I don't even want to be jokingly associated with that.
Imagine being associated. Disgusting.
Imagine being Ray.
Imagine being bread. That's pretty.
Yeah, it works. Just grab whatever emotes you want and do a bunch of raids. That works. Honestly, we're a little low brain power today. Just
Raid.
people have some emotes around the place.
Mhm.
Y'all
Raid.
know how to write the word raid.
Raid.
Just spam some shit. I'm gonna start the raid.
We do know how
Okay.
to write the word raid. So that makes one
Raid.
person me.
Right?
Fuck.
Right.
Fuck.
Raid.
Right.
Yeah.
Shadow Legend.
That next.
Why?
What is wrong with that?
Oh, is nothing wrong with it? Okay, cool.
I don't see anything wrong.
It's not showing for me, but it's okay because it works.
Yeah.
If it works, it works.
If it works, it works.
Yeah.
True.
It works, it works, it works, it works.
We'll get back to this shit next session with some boat travel. With definitely the least
Wait,
shady
why are you
people
re-
you guys could have picked.
Yippee!
Yippee!
There probably were more shady people as well, but yeah, we like some opportunities for a little bit of drama.
It's
perhaps.
okay, because we stole from them, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we stole from them.
raid is
We gotta
starting,
out
so I'm
shady.
just gonna say bye-bye, everyone.
Feeling.
Yeah. Bye.
Healing.
Healing.
Leo.
Healing.
I clicked the raid button.
Oh,
No!
Oh my
They
god.
literally just ended.
Yeah.
Oh,
Their
no.
stream.
They're
There's
yapping
Krez,
too
Krez,
much,
Krez, where
Mr.
we go? Where we go? Where we go?
it's too late.
It's too late.
No. That is such bad timing. They literally ended while the raid was progressing.
Lamau.
Then now.